AmandaLand, AmandaLand, AmandaLand.
Smart Bunny in.
Hello. Hello. Oh, it's been a week. It's been a week, y'all. It has been a week. And I'm here. Welcome to Views from AmandaLand. I'm actually deeply bothered that we have 89 people here. How is that possible? How do we only have 89 people here? If you are over there on YouTube, on Instagram, you need to come over to YouTube to watch my show, Views from AmandaLand. And we are live on YouTube, Amanda Seals TV. You see it right here in front of you on the graphic. So come on over, because this is where I really do the work. This is where I really do the work. So come on over and join and be a part of us. No, you're talking about Instagram. I am on YouTube. That is where the show exists. So come over to YouTube, because this is where the show exists. This is where it matters. This is where the community is. This is where the squad lives. So come on over. And when you come over, say, I came here from Instagram, so that they can welcome you in. So I should see these numbers on Instagram depleting, and I should see the numbers on YouTube increasing. And then you're going to get to hear the music, right? Because you're missing out on the music. You're missing out on the sound effects. You're missing out on all the flyness. You're missing out on all the dopeness. I know you didn't just say I should pin that when it's literally staring at you and it says join us now at YouTube Amanda Seals TV. It literally says that in front of you. Join us now at YouTube Amanda Seals TV. What? Like it has the logo, it has the name. You don't need a YouTube account to watch YouTube. Oh my God. No, I'm not going to pin it. If I have to pin it for you to know that, I don't want you to watch the show. I don't want you. You're not going to be able to keep up. You're not going to be able to keep up. If you don't like YouTube, I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, if I have to, if the graphic says join us now at YouTube Amanda Seals TV, and I still have to tag it, I have to pin it, then I don't want you to come over here, because you're not going to be able to keep up. And you said you're looking at me and not the backdrop, and that says everything. That says everything. That says everything. So come on over to YouTube Amanda Seals TV. Click on live and join us. Welcome all of my folks that came from Instagram. Welcome. Thank you for joining us here at Views from AmandaLand and waking up on the right side of history. We do this Wednesdays, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You heard me. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. This be going down. Okay. I can't even believe it. Wednesdays, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern. I am here, and I'm excited about today's show. We have our guests. We have our topics. I know that a lot of people watched me do the Surrounded show. So I'll make some time to answer questions about that, because I know a lot of people have questions. I know a lot of people also just don't even have questions. They just have assumptions. You know, people say things like, oh, they were paid actors. Nobody was paid. I wasn't paid. They weren't paid. Nobody was paid. You know, I know people are like, I saw some dotish woman going off saying, oh, well, this was clearly just contrived to big you up. I'd be like, yo, the way that y'all be assigning diabolicalness to me in ways that I just never have even considered is fascinating. I'm like, is that like, because I'd be like, if I was really that diabolical, do you think I would always have BS going on with people just talking mess? No, I wouldn't. I also think it's fascinating how people are like, oh, I wish she was actually arguing with people who were actually intellectuals. Nobody who would challenge any of the points I made would be considered an intellectual. Nobody. I don't care what school they went to. I don't care how many books they've read. I don't care the size of their vocabulary words. If you're arguing the factual legitimacy of reparations, of systemic racism, of the confounded BS of black on black crime, if you're arguing that, what was my last claim? If you're arguing that that black conservatism supports the working class, none of these things, if you are arguing any of these things, you are not an intellectual. Period. That's not opinion. That's not subjective. That's just you ignoring facts. That's it. That's it. That's what that is. So I don't care how many of y'all say Amanda Seales they're like, oh, this was a soft pitch. You know, like she was able to do this because she didn't have smart people. You know, I talked about this on my morning musings on Patreon. Shout out to all of our Patreon subscribers. But y'all have to understand something, is that I don't go into spaces like this to quote unquote win. Who am I competing against? Who am I competing against? What am I? I've already won because my morals are properly aligned. It's like there's no competition. Get out of here. There's no competition. When your morals are aligned, we are the champions, my friends. Now, Kim, I see Kim and Rolando in here. You see the trolls, so get them out of here. So like this girl got cooked by the conservatives. First of all, it's fascinating to me that people are saying this because the people I was arguing with had no points. And if you think I didn't refute their points, then you are either just being a troll or you don't know what debate is. A debate is not meant to try to win over your opponent. That is not what a debate is. A debate is for the purpose of defending your point of view better than the other person. That is a debate. The debate is not for the two people involved in the debate. The debate is for the people watching. That is what a debate is. You do the debate to present opposing sides of an opinion, to provide the viewers, the audience, with the opportunity to make their own decisions based on opposing sides. You know, like on Best Buy, when it says compare and contrast, and you can choose the different items. That's what a debate is. However, you all who are in the trolling world of the digital medium, you think that a debate is just yelling louder than somebody else and then expecting somebody to not yell back. Because that's the narcissism, right? The narcissism is oh, you're not allowed to react to my harm or else you're the problem, which is literally the methodology. Like, that is the ideology of the United States. That is the ideology of the colonizer. You're not allowed to react to my harm or you're the problem. So when I resist and I say, no, you're not going to talk over me. No, you're not going to say false truths as if they are facts. No, you're not going to continue to monopolize all the time. And I do so with directness and forcefulness. It's seen as, oh, she's crazy, she's emotional. And let me also remind you all, calling me emotional is a compliment. To be in touch with your emotions in a world that is so deeply disassociative, that is so deeply disordinate and disconnected from its humanity, is a compliment. Thank God I am emotional when you all are lying to my face and lying to these people. Thank God I am emotional when I am watching you simmer and stew in the indoctrination of your oppressor. That should make me emotional. If it doesn't, then I have a problem. So when people say things like yelling over people with random disinformation is not debating, yelling random disinformation is not, saying random disinformation is not debating. Furthermore, I will add, you're not going to be in my space and filling it with just incessant ignorance and thinking I'm not going to say nothing. And that was my space. I was in the center. That was the other part that people forgot. I'm in the center for a reason. Okay? I'm not in the center just randomly. I'm in the center for a reason. So let's stop trying to like make some type of false equivalency between me and these folks. And I will also add, lastly, these people are representative of the people. Why would you want me just talking to other intellectuals, other academics, other pundits, other analysts? Why? That doesn't do anything. That's still a continued perpetuation of the ivory tower. No, we need to be in with the people, having conversations with the people. That's why I be having conversations and comments in the Instagrams. That's why I do this show for free. Because it does nobody a service to continue to keep yourself in this little myopic bubble of, well, we're the educated ones. I'm not saying that you need to always put yourself in the mix of ignorance, because that's also that's toxic as hell. But for folks to say she should have been, well, then set it up. Set it up and send me a DM. Also, I'm not, people are like, oh, you found your calling. First of all, I'm 44. I found several callings in this life. And by the way, I remember when I was 15 and I worked at FAO Schwartz, and there was a brother there who had just got out of the Bing, and he would take 50-11 smoke breaks. And I remember I was drawing at the cash register, and he was looking over my shoulder and he was like, man, you missed your calling. I said, sir, I am 15 years old. I don't even have a phone. Sir, I am 15 years old. I don't even have a phone. I have not even missed my calling. The call hasn't even happened yet. So, and I hope I can extend this to you all. Like, you're going to have many callings in this life. There isn't only one. I hope there isn't only one. No, we evolve, we change, we get new information, we elevate, we get enlightened, we get bored. No, The same way that your friendships shift, the same way that your diet shifts. I remember at one point when guacamole, just the thought of it seemed absolutely absurd to me. Now, if I was imprisoned and they said all you can eat is guacamole, I would say, you know what, fine. Just make sure there's cilantro. So we are allowed to do this. We are allowed to evolve. We are allowed to expand. We are allowed to shift. We are allowed to change. And when people push you out of a place, you are allowed to keep going without fighting them to let you back in. Because I have learned in real life that if you're being pushed out of somewhere, a lot of times it's not even somewhere that you want to be, baby. Okay. A lot of times it's not somewhere that you actually want to be. So push me right on out. Now, before we get into our first guest, Marley Dias, let's find out where y'all are at. Hey, hey, hey. If you want to hear the song, come to YouTube. Hey, 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 hey. Welcome everybody here. That's YouTube. AmandaLanders here to learn. Drop in and tell me where you're watching from. Let's go. It's the Views from AmandaLand roll call. Come on, come on, come on. AmandaLanders here to learn. Drop in and tell me where you're watching from. We got Chicago, Illinois. What's up, Kimberly? We got Atlanta. We got Chelsea, Maryland. We got Manchester, UK. We got Brooklyn, San Diego, Greensboro, North Carolina, Salt Lake City, Utah. Aloha from the Yay area. Puerto Rico. Bonjour. We got Melbourne, Australia, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. We got Japan, Konnichiwa, bitches. We got Manchester, UK, Cholula, Mexico, hola. San Antonio, Texas, Dallas, Texas, El Paso, Texas, Houston, Texas. That's a whole lot of Texas. We got Australia, Los Angeles, Miami, Florida, waiting to run into the woods. Okay, be safe. We got Panama. Oh my gosh, we gotta add that to the map, y'all. We got Harlem, New York. We got London, UK. Osaka, Japan. Another France. We got Killeen, Texas. We got the Boogie Down Bronx. We got Uptown Washington Heights, Cincinnati, South Central LA, Malaysia. Nottingham, UK. San Juan, Puerto Rico. Minnesota, Minneapolis, Gainesville, Florida. Go Gators. Harlem, Delaware. Dirty Mitten in the 313. What's up, Detroit? We got Lagos, Nigeria. Shibuya, Tokyo, Japan. Yes, we got Mushy Mushy. We got another France person. Yes, I think Malaysia is new. We got Essen, Germany. Southern Colorado, Milwaukee, Nashville, Tennessee, Mesa, Arizona. AmandaLanders here to learn. Thank you for telling me where you're watching from. Yeah. Wow. Soups Major. Let's get the map out. Okay, so I do think Malaysia is new. And okay, so we already did have Panama. We had Panama, but I think Malaysia is new, y'all. Let's see Malaysia on the map. Why can't I find Malaysia, child? Okay, I got it. Yes, Malaysia is new on the map. Oh my gosh. Right here. Yes. What you know about being worldwide? Man. So, want to remind you all to like after the show, comment, and subscribe. Remember, I do this for free. So if you want to support your girl, make sure you drop a super in the chat. All right. Drop a super in the chat or join Patreon. Okay. Join Patreon. Also remember that after the show, as a member of Patreon, you get to be a part of the after show. What do I call it? The after show. The after show kickback. What was that? What did I call it, y'all? The after show. I called it something cool, and I forgot what it's called. The after show. I don't know. I'm tired. But I really had a cool name for it, and now I'm like bothered that I can't remember the name of it. It was the after show. It was after show kickback, but I had called it something else, and I was like, "Oh, that was cool too, Amanda." The after show. Okay, well, we just gonna call it the after show kickback today. But I know what it was. The AmandaLand after show. After this show, join Patreon for an after show kickback where we talk about the episode, the things we've learned, the people we talked to, etc. Our guest was here, but now her camera's not on, so I don't know if she's still here. She is still here. Okay. So we are going to get into our first guest of the day. Let's level it up, y'all. AmandaLand. Good morning, Marley.
Good morning. How are you?
I am well. How are you doing? Oh,
I'm
brilliant
good. I'm
one.
impressed by your singing and your energy. I have my coffee right here, so I needed that. Very energizing.
Yes, I am an early riser. And you are an early bloomer. That's what we're going to say. Yes. Marley is an old soul who said, let me get out this womb and get busy. Okay. Let me get out this womb and get busy. So let me properly introduce Marley Dias. I think it's really incredible that when I met you, you were a young person on your way and that you've managed to stay on your way, which also means that you did not get pregnant. And I want to commend the people around you. For keeping you on track. So this is this is what the internet say. So you tell me if it's still accurate. Okay. Marley Dias is an American activist and writer. While Dias was in 6th grade in November 2015, she launched a campaign called 1,000 Black Girl Books to collect 1,000 books with Black female protagonists to donate for Black girls at other schools in the U.S. She also has a book called, let's bring it on the stage. Where is it? Wait, hold on. What's happening? Oh my God. I'm panicking. Okay. She also has a book right here called Marley Dias Gets It Done. And so can you. Look at these gold Adidas.
Thank
All
you.
Right. Her Substack, Third Space, is described as a weekly cultural critique by Marley Dias, author, activist, and Harvard sociology student. Is all of that accurate?
Yes, all that is accurate.
What year are you at school?
I'm going into my senior year. It's crazy.
Oh, yay!
Yeah. I'm really excited.
Seniors.
Exactly.
Yes. And how's it been so far?
It's been good. I mean, obviously, Harvard is always in the news, but my mom would always say, like, before I went, she would say, have fun at the Death Star. Like, she knew it was very clear.
I love it. Yes.
Like, I didn't know going in when I applied that it was going to be like the home of empire. But as soon as I got there, I was like, something is spooky about this place. And I think for me, like seeing everything in the news is just it's just a reminder of my own like lived experience. And I'm excited post grad I want to collect all the stories of people that I've gone with and put something out into the world that can educate people on what going to an Ivy League is really like. Because I meet so many high schoolers that really want to go, and you went to Columbia, you know what the vibe is. It's not what it seems, but it is still like that paperwork is still powerful. So it's interesting to navigate the two, if that makes sense.
That is correct. I only went to get my master's at Columbia so that I could not have to, so I would have less arguments.
Exactly. Like, I don't necessarily know that I needed to go to Harvard, because when people ask me the top 5 things I'm proudest of, like Harvard is not on the list, but it has brought me in it's given me the sense of connectivity to other young people, and how kind of also like the silence is violence part of it, where there's a lot of things that are happening at our school that people I would have thought would be standing up for more. So it'll be interesting to see when I graduate.
It's a microcosm.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, the world. You're like, so y'all are just going to be okay with this? Really?
Yeah, literally.
And they're like, I have to go to class, which is the same as y'all are going to be okay with this. And people are like, I have to go to work.
Exactly.
It's the same. Now, Marley has been doing her thing on the writing tip, and I wanted to talk specifically about a piece that really I felt just covered a number of topics, but in the wake of this thing I did for Jubilee called Surrounded, where I was surrounded by 20 Black conservatives, there was a topic that came up in the conversation around redlining, where they literally just tried to say that redlining didn't exist. Now you have this dope piece that you guys, I want you to check it out after, called The Cost of Cool. And the subtext is on Do the Right Thing, third spaces, shade equity, and why Black communities are still fighting for air, literally and politically. So first, I would just love for you to tell me what inspired you to write this, because you say in the article, like, I had to do a lot of research to do this. And I'm like, she was in school and she found time.
Thank you.
Let me.
I appreciate it.
I hope you got to double it up. I hope this got to be like an assignment that you turned in as well.
No, I wish, but I'm waiting for next semester. Next semester, trust. It's all getting reworked.
Okay.
But yeah, for me, the inspiration was I love Do the Right Thing. And I think, I have this kind of been working this idea over the summer with another creative that I met at Harvard about using Do the Right Thing as an example of like third spaces. So for those that don't know, third spaces are these kind of communal sites of survival, creativity, and confrontation. So this can be on the block, this can be a hair salon, this can be a bookstore, places that aren't your home or your work that kind of create like a social kind of incubator, whatnot. And I think Do the Right Thing is a really powerful example, because I remember the first time I watched it was summer 2020 and feeling this sense of isolation.
Whoa. Let us sit with that for a second.
It wasn't great. My parents were like, you know what we should watch on June 1st, the day after George Floyd died? Let's watch Do the Right Thing, Marley.
Yeah, this beautiful baby just said, I watched Do the Right Thing for the first time in 2020. Okay, well, I love that. Your parents are on it, though. So I love that they were like, we're going to bring you into this. Okay, carry on.
Exactly. But I thought of it kind of as a metaphor for how heat both literally and politically shapes Black life. And I wanted to connect the way that stoops and corners kind of act as third spaces in the survival of today's climate crisis, where, like you said, we see that redline neighborhoods are hotter and deadlier. So the piece is about, like you said, shade equity, environmental racism, and why public spaces is where Black freedom has always been rehearsed, practiced, and acted on. And why we have to fight for that as we see the development of all these, nice luxury apartments. We see people losing the stoop. We don't have rent parties or kickbacks. Like, we're losing these recipes. And I wanted to write something that connected a piece of art that we all know and love to our current relationship, and try to use it as the backdrop or like the blueprint of survival for Black communities.
So tell me more about the stoop. Like, did you grow up with a stoop to sit on?
No, I did not. Like, I grew up, I'm from West Orange, New Jersey. Like, I'm from the
burbs.
Exactly. The burbs. And I didn't grow up having, like, as you know, Jersey is a driving only place where we don't even in my nice high tax community, our sidewalks, like on my block, the sidewalk ends like halfway down the street. And it's a reminder to me as a kid that I was like, I couldn't go walk to my friends, even in a nice, safe community. It's like there was no way to safely traverse.
Yeah,
exactly. And without that, I think when I watched the film, it was like I was jealous in a way to have the sense that you could go outside and see a Ruby D or see, an Unk, like an Unk.
It's a New York vibe.
Yeah,
right?
Like I was jealous.
To New York, and I got to sit on the stoop. I was like, oh, this is a thing. I get it.
And it's really like everyone says they love, people watching. And there's this beautiful James Baldwin quote that I know you probably know, which is that when you look out into the world, everyone around you is a reflection of you. So the angry bus driver, the Karen, the little kid crying, like all the good and bad is a reflection of us. And when I watched Do the Right Thing, I was like, I see this, I see myself in this, but I don't have place. And I recognized how much place creates space for expression, creates space for discourse, and also creates space for healing. Because we see the film shows how fragile, these third spaces are once state violence intrudes. And we can also think of state violence as a creating homes and communities that don't have access to third spaces. So it goes both ways, where when we're connected, we have the threat of physical state violence. And when we're disconnected, that's kind of designed in architectural state violence. And the piece just took me through so much. So I'm really glad you like it, because it took like to, when you have word salad and all the ideas, it takes a lot to make a case that people can kind of understand.
Well, it's so also imperative that we really do better at connecting the climate crisis to racism and capitalism and imperialism in like basic ways, right?
Exactly.
Because I think that there's this like, oh, it's overcomplicated, and like, it's not that deep. It's not that complicated, I should say. It's deep, but it's not that complicated. And I would love for you to just expound upon what you were talking about in terms of racial, why am I losing my thoughts right now? What you were talking about in regards to climate racism.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's one part that I want to work people through before I get into the climate, which is that loitering is freedom. And I think that's a really important thing for people to understand. And I drew on the work of an amazing researcher named Saidiya Hartman, who can talk about how you trace Black loitering on stoops, corners, and sidewalks as a form of rebellion against confinement. So we see this from Jim Crow laws to and today's no loitering signs and hostile architecture, where Black presence in public has been policed and criminalized. Now, once you have that, once you go outside and we see that the climate is literally making it hotter and suffocating us to not be able to go outside, it's combined with policy and climate. So like you said, we have to view climate crisis as racial climate, as racial crisis. So when we look at formerly redline neighborhoods, they are now 5 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit hotter than wealthier ones. So it's proof that racism is mapped onto our climate. And you can call this kind of the new Jim Crow thermometer, which is what I've been calling it, where we see that Black and brown communities suffer disproportionately from urban heat, poor air quality, and lack of shade. And this also applies to homeless folks, where if we have architecture on a bench that cuts off the bench at every, at the waist.
I hate it so much.
It's horrible. There's no, you can't even cuddle up with your friends when you're like, you can't do anything. So hostile architecture is an important example of that. And that when we have protection like trees, pools, bus shelters, AC, these things are distributed by race and by class. So shade itself becomes a matter of equity in these kind of instances. And then I go into policy as arson in this way, where you can connect the present day legislation of the Big Beautiful Bill to this crisis, where it is cutting climate programs, healthcare, food assistance, literal life and death decisions for vulnerable communities. So it's a part of the same logic that builds walls, prison, and hostile architecture. And they all really are connected. And I think it's so important for people to see climate as a racial crisis, especially with, as you know, all the things happening with XAI and the community in Memphis, Tennessee, that is literally they use diesel. Also, if people don't know that, because they built the factory so quickly, they use diesel. So imagine having 100 diesel trucks running at all times right next to your neighborhood with this terrible exhaust and terrible gas. So we see that Memphis has redline, Memphis has, a climate crisis and extreme pollution, and then politically is not being protected by its legislators or by the people in the community at all.
And its legislators are Black.
Yeah.
And they're Democrats.
Yes. And they speak on it, but it's because we have I think we have an issue where people don't recognize the importance of local politics. And we know this, we've gone over this a million times over and over, where we tell people to focus on local politics, but we need people, Democrats that are killers, that are going at it, that are fighting for these issues and are connecting them. Because I think that oftentimes we are trying to put Black issues versus climate issues versus space issues in separate boxes. But the point of this article is to show us the ways that they're all connected. And that when we as people on the left make arguments about changing things, it is not just for moral reasons. There is actually a science to inequality. And what I use Third Space for is to teach people the science of inequality. How do we get from loitering to climate crisis? And teaching people how to walk through those steps, because we don't have effective enough communicators that are drafting legislation that can sneak in the same loopholes that we see people doing with the Big Beautiful Bill. So we need stronger policy writers and better communicators.
Do you know why that is?
I don't think I know why it is. Tell me. You know more. You've seen it. You've seen cycles of Democrats. So this is where you come in.
Well, this is because it doesn't serve them to solve the problem. As long as there is a problem, they get to be the good guys that are fighting the problem, right?
Mhm.
And so they get to play the role of the other without actually having to be the opposition. And the opposition is not to the problem. The opposition is to the other party. So it's like the whole idea of we got to keep people sick or else we don't have anything to sell. We don't have any reason to sell the medication. So Democrats are not an opposing party. They're I would say they're an obstacle party. And the obstacle that they serve is to not let the Republicans get too crazy, which obviously they haven't been effective at that. But they also serve at not letting the left get too strong. And not a lot. Like, so when you say we need Democrats that are killers, that's an oxymoron. They're not, that party is not even designed for that purpose. And I think what a lot of people fail to acknowledge is that Democrats were originally the party for slavery. They were originally the party for slavery. I know we often talk about how the Republicans flipped, but we don't talk about how the Democrats were
also had to flip with them.
Like they were the party for slavery. And then when it got to the civil rights movement, they were just kind of like more willing to go along with the laws that were put in place that and the programs that Ford put in place. But for what it's worth, it wasn't like they were willing to do so to expand the moral and principled efforts to give Black people equality. It was because it made sense in the same way that like Lincoln did not go into slavery for Black people because he was like, they deserve to be free.
Yeah.
He was like, we need to win this war, so we need these Blacks.
Exactly. And he was also, his compromise originally was to send all of us back to Africa. He did not
He was like, I don't want y'all like here.
It was like, exactly. Like you said, it was an obstacle. We were the obstacle. And he was like, so y'all just gonna fight over all y'all workers. And I'm like, y'all should just leave. And they should just leave.
Yeah, like how about we just remove the issue?
Yeah, exactly.
Remove the issue. So it's the same with the 60s. They're like, oh, like y'all are like gonna fight over this. How about we just like use Black people to improve the economy? Like we were using them before to create the economy. Let's just like give them access to it. And so now we see here, fast forward, where so many Black people have actually allowed their bodies to be colonized. And so then we have someone like you who comes out of the empire, who comes out of the Death Star and is like, dun, 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 gotcha, literally. And you put together a piece like this that has all of this incredible information and this beautiful tapestry of seeing things through multiple lenses, right? It's not just like this is science. I need y'all to see this through science. This is not just sociology. You know, there's an artistry in how you're writing this. This is the type of work that I want to just see more of, because we are seeing people through this internet become so much more cross, like their intersectionalities exist in a much more real way. Like people are not just looking at science or just looking at art or just looking at music. All of these things are intersecting, and you're doing a great job of that with this work. I would love for you to tell people about what redlining is for the trolls in the chat, as well as for everybody here who has to deal with trolls in their lives who don't know what redlining is, so that they can explain it to them.
Yeah. So to put it simply, first of all, redlining exists. Highly recommend reading The Color of Law. I'll look up who it's by. But it's an incredible book it's by Richard Rothstein, and it's about the forgotten history of housing in America. It's the essential white liberal read, but we also need to make it the black leftist read. But redlining is a discriminatory practice in which we see financial services and housing services being withheld from neighborhoods that have racial and ethnic minorities. And that's the simplest way to put it. So it's been prominent in the US, and we used it against African Americans, Mexican Americans in the Southwest, and Japanese Americans. So we can see this as a denial of credit and insurance, a denial of healthcare, and the development of food deserts in minority neighborhoods. But when you look in the hood and you only see 7-Elevens, Checkers, White Castle, and places that are open 24 hours, we can see this as another form of, versus like my neighborhood where you have Whole Foods, ShopRite, like in LA, you see Erewhon, whatever it might be. Having these services and having access to healthier foods
What you know about
And
Erewhon?
like, if you can get a Haley Bieber smoothie versus getting a quarter water, that tells a lot about the access that you have in your community.
Fair. Fair.
And that's a way we can put redlining is why in your community do you have the Erewhon, the cycle bar, the Soul Cycle, all of those things. But in other communities, we only have 24
Kennedy
hours.
Fried Chicken, Kentucky Fried Chicken.
We have church chicken.
Your mama's fried chicken.
Literally. Everything's on a fried with a paper towel underneath it. Like that's a whole different situation. So redlining is started, or the term was formed by a sociologist in the 1960s. And this was, you can look at Chicago as one of the kind of prime examples of redlining, where the closer you get to the water in Chicago and the farther you go inland, you see more and more Black communities. We see higher crime. We see less shade. We see less public transportation. So you can look at this in Boston. Like it goes pretty much everywhere in the US, where capitalism forces us to look at things by how people spend and what access people have. Black people are incredibly economically at disadvantage. We still have the same racial wealth gap that we've had since 1960. And now we have billionaires and literally about to move into trillionaires. So when we think about capital, we know that it is already and has historically been decentered from Black communities. And it also applies to the creation of sundown towns, where when there are places where Black community has capital, we also see whites taking over or attacking these communities to try to dismantle them. So Seneca Village, which used to be Central Park, there's Katrina, there's all these examples we can think of ways in which the climate has also been attached to the removal and the displacement of Black people.
You know, when we talk about the need for reparations, a lot of people really only think in the context of slavery, as if these active measures to harm Black people do not exist and that they aren't happening like by choice. And so as you were doing this research, did you draw any connections to what would be the reason why Black people would be sequestered into these spaces and not given the opportunity to have the same as the other groups?
I mean, for me, the simple answer is like white supremacy. And I hate that it's, to me, it's that simple, but I think that people forget that like America was quite literally founded on the human trafficking of Black people. And then as soon as that human trafficking ended, we developed an apartheid system to segregate and kind of denounce the humanity of Black people once again. So there was this physical humiliation, this physical kind of violence of our communities, a separation of families. And then we move into a system where we have to, it is no different than South Africa. It is no different than what we've seen in other places. And I think it's really strange to be learning that when you're older versus when you learn about the 60s when you're younger. You think that like people just protested for a couple months and then things just changed. But in reality, you have to remember that from 1865 to 1964, we were seeing that whole regime. It was 100 years of that. So for me, it's a constant reminder that the placement and location of Black bodies and what they create and what they do is the central driving force of American policy. That all of the addendums we see, the amendments we see are focused on controlling, using, extracting resources and capital from Black people. And we also didn't have a federal prison system until slavery ended. So we can also look at the carceral state as another form of control, where we don't count people that are in prison in our census. We don't provide them with education. They don't have basic rights. And still in our Constitution, you can be enslaved if you have committed a crime. So remembering that all of these, like pretty much all of the things we see past the Bill of Rights have existed in relationship to Black folk. And it's like, you really keep us in your brains at all times.
All times.
Like at all, like we are like the front thought of white policymakers and of powerful white people, because our freedom is incredibly valuable. And when we are free, we also, I think, have a higher tolerance for, I mean, not naturally. I don't want to say this. I want to be very clear. We do not have a higher tolerance for pain naturally, but we are willing to sustain a lot more, and we are stronger in the face of violence than a lot of other groups. And it can be both entertaining. The media benefits on our pain. Politicians benefit from our pain, and we're the only people that don't benefit from our pain. So recognizing that people really do enjoy watching Black people suffer, and that when we think about lynching, the history of lynching, like kids used to go to lynchings all the time. That was also a thing from 1865 to 1960, that white people got to exist in a lawless America, but we were the victims of all of that violence for entertainment. You see the ways that the NFL draft and all the things that are in pop culture right now are still connected to the destruction, the violence, and the pain of Black people. And as a former big NFL fan and all the things, I love watching Black people do cool stuff.
Yeah.
I get more and more concerned about the ways in which that the extractive gaze of on Black people is also propagated by ourselves, because we've been trained to see ourselves as something either subhuman or beyond human. And it's really important to remember that we are being told to not think of ourselves as human. So we're either superheroes and we're queens and we're excellent, or we're nothing. And those two things aren't the only options. So with Third Space, it's a reminder for me to show people that your humanity is single-handedly, you recognizing your own humanity is one of the most powerful political acts. And you have to be committed to it at all times, because they're either going to be entertained by watching you die or by watching you do something superhuman. And you got to decide if that's how you want to go about the rest of your life. But I can't do that. Personally, I can't.
I just feel like a proud auntie.
Oh, I can tell. Thank you. They don't know. We go back from, I think I first met you when I was 6 or 5 years old at a grassroots Give Thanks event in Newark. Yeah. I was all the way back.
I was doing some appearance, for the kids.
Yeah, popping out.
Coming to hang out with the kids. And but I don't know if you know this, but I believe the children are future. Teach them well and let them be the way.
Thank you.
And I just want you to know that we hearing your wisdom as a young person. I don't want to discount the fact that there is a difference in you being a junior in college and me being an old head. However, for all of the elders watching, I need us to understand the importance of these intergenerational conversations, right? And being able to see where each other is at, understanding that we're both in the same place. We're on the same planet. We're here. And you are hopefully going to be here much, much, much longer than me. And so my role at this point is to really just serve as a conduit and as a resource to folks like yourself who are actively working to expand and continue the expansion that I am working to do, that our ancestors have been working to do, that is needed in order for us to really shift the axis of evil, to shift culture, right? To get Black folks in America to be in a practice of preservation that is not rooted in colonial individualism, right?
Yes, absolutely. I want to interject here to just say everything you said is so true. And I think another thing is, Gen Z, we started with a global pandemic. And I think that people really forget that how could that make you think that you have any force for change in the world when you watch leaders create and essentially allow a deadly virus to spread across all of the world that killed Black people disproportionately, minorities disproportionately, and people in the global South disproportionately. And so many people in my generation truly believe that we are reaching the end of the world, that we are at a point of no return, and we are watching all the things that are happening. And I think so many young people need coalition building, and they don't just need it from other young people. They need it with aunties. They don't need it just with their parents. They need it with just trusted adults that are coming to be those resources. So everything you're saying is so true, because I remember when this past election, I was obviously so torn up, but my cousin who's older than me was like, when I was a freshman in college, Ronald Reagan became president. And I was like, oh, so I guess I'm not that bad then. I guess I got it. And I think those reminders are really important, because I think Gen Z just feels so uniquely disadvantaged, but we are also so uniquely advantaged. And I feel like it's so important to create those connections, where you can hop on one thing and be like, well, why do you think that, Marley? And then I'm like, I don't know. And then you explain. And it's not like, well, you don't know. Why do you don't it's not oh, you don't know nothing about your people. We have to remember that it is that active conversation. And I hope that for any people that are watching that have young people in their lives, that they might even know kind of remotely or tangentially, these conversations are so needed, and kids need space to be wrong, but to also be passionate. And really harnessing that passion with education, with resources, I think is the only way that we're going to see change, because I'm becoming more and more of the exception, I notice, with my generation, where I don't think that there are as many kind of people in their later, like early 20s and late teens, that are able to mobilize in the way that I started so young, that I was kind of just like naively going into the world. But we need people in those first ages of kind of radicalization or of noticing inequality to feel like they have a place to harness that.
Yeah.
And it is in these conversations, and it's in intergenerational exchange that will change. Because with Gen Z, it's a feedback loop of, well, I don't know how we would do it, so, and I don't have any money, so I guess it's not going to get done. And we need reminders and examples of people that have been doing this in different and harsher and stranger circumstances. Because I really thought when, Trump was elected, I was like, oh, I guess this is just like the worst thing to ever happen in humanity. But, Reagan and Nixon were elected too. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Andrew Jackson
People were
was
mobilizing in slavery.
Yeah, exactly. Like we had the Underground Railroad, girl. And
this book right here, Force and Freedom, Black Abolitionists and the Politics of Violence by Kelly Carter Jackson, is a book about mobilizing in slavery. Abolitionism was a cross-cultural coalition building process that we don't get taught, by the way. We very rarely talk about abolition. We get taught about like the civil rights movement, and we get taught about like the Underground Railroad, but there were all of these organizations, and there were all of these radical, resistant, and then subversive. There was a spectrum of like, we're kind of against slavery. Yes, like we don't learn about
Nat Turner anymore.
But you know what we also don't learn about? We also don't learn about like the organizations of white women who were like, yeah, we don't like slavery either. So there's like a reason why, though, we don't learn about the spectrum of these things, even though that spectrum is very necessary to exist. My last question for you would be, so in that you have been organizing and have this unique experience from such a young age of leadership, have you been able to get anything together at Harvard? Have people been responsive? Like, what's been going down on the campus?
Yeah, on campus, I have been really happy to be a part of the Black Arts Collective at Harvard. I have to shout out my friends Mariah, Jet, and Toussaint. They're watching this, so they're going to be so
I think
happy.
they just asked me to come speak.
Yeah, I mean,
but it was but it was for free.
Oh, well, that's also sorry. But the Black Arts Collective
was them. I'm not sure.
No, it's fine.
It was Harvard, something at Harvard. Yeah, it was black people at Harvard asked me to come to speak.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. We love you. But the Black Arts Collective is a group of around 40 to 50 students on campus, where we host exhibitions, do art events, and we're the only affinity org on campus that isn't separated by ethnicity. And I think that's a really special thing, because what you'll notice at a lot of PWIs is that the Nigerian Student Association or the Ghanaian Students Association will be larger than the Black Student Association. And that's very true at Harvard, where we don't have as many generational African Americans or people that are descendants of slaves. I'm not a descendant of slavery. My mom is Jamaican. My dad is Cape Verdean. So it's important to say that I'm not in that category either. But Harvard truly does disproportionately accept Black immigrants / Black internationals over Black Americans. And we felt that was creating a lot of divides on campus, because kind of teleologically, you'll view inequality different. Like Black American inequality is so different from Nigerian inequality, is so different from Ethiopian senses of inequality and theories of change. So Black Arts Collective is really a place to unite Black people over the creation of artwork and to use creative expression as a fuel for talking about things on campus. So we've done events around Palestine and Gaza. We just hosted an exhibition called We Own the Night. And for me, it's a really big outlet to just say that passion is the most important thing. And it's about what you like to do, and not just about like who you are and what group you represent. Where, of course, there's a Caribbean Student Association, and there's also an African Student Association that I could be a part of. But
it was actually the Black Students Association, by the way.
It was, yeah, that makes sense. But okay. They don't have enough money, because there's not as many. They're the members of our community is just so spread out.
Build?
There isn't much No, there is not.
Why is that?
Because I think some people are at Harvard for different reasons. I think some people, there's really, it's really interesting because, I think it was around 42% of the class of 2022 graduates at Harvard went into consulting, finance, and corporate law. And that doesn't even count like particularly investment banking and private equity. So we see that, you know, you go to this school that used to be for the JFKs and the FDRs, focused on civil service and what you do. But as soon as we accepted women and people of color, we became a kind of capitalist machine for investment banking and for the big four industries like tech, investment banking, corporate finance, and IB and PE. So now that we watch Harvard become a careerist kind of machine and culture, which I've written about on my Substack as well, for Black people that are coming in and have to pay this $90,000 tuition that we have per year, you know, there is the only focus is on how am I going to get a job where after post grad to pay for that. And I am so not in that position where I literally do not understand it. But I would say that that is the common and highest most concern of students at the college now is how am I going to maximize my pre-professional opportunities rather than my intellectual and kind of spiritual experience of going to college. And I think Harvard has also intentionally changed that culture to make it less useful for people who are coming from, you know, these types of backgrounds in the sense where it's like, if you come here and you don't take advantage of your connections and you just focus on school and you only do clubs and wear blazers, you know, you're coming out less socially fulfilled, less spiritually fulfilled, and you're disadvantaged by the whole point. But if you are, you know, wealthy, went to a private school, are white or just non-Black and have already had that access, you get to go in and just have fun. You get to go in and study what you want to study because you know that when you graduate, you will still be hired and you will still have opportunities. But they are not giving that same affirmation to students from international backgrounds or students who are Black. And there's this consistent overcompensation where kids are so focused on their internships, their resume, and being leaders rather than getting that kind of liberal arts college experience. Like we are not it is not Goodwill Hunting anymore. Like it is Succession. It is Severance. It is all of the things that you could imagine where kids are very, not necessarily in the books, but in the LinkedIn. Like they're on LinkedIn. Like they're just linking in all day, you know, they just link it in. Like, I don't even know. But I think I'm so bewildered by it because I've been following my passion since I was 10 and I haven't had the opportunity to like sell out in any way to anyone. And I wish, you know, like maybe I could get a JP Morgan job, but like, what do I look like? JP Morgan was a bunch of slave owners back in the day. And I wrote about this on my third space as well, that the history of Wall Street is the history of slavery. And they were all Wall Street used to be an old slave market in New York. And I just don't know that I could spend my days, you know, not sleeping and working for those companies. But we're put in a position where economic freedom is the number one thing for people, but they don't realize that that comes with spiritual and social deprivation that cannot be fixed by spending your whole 4 years linking in. Like that will never come back to you, that time around young people and that time to party and that time to be free. Like, I'm so glad I took the social route or the social/academic route rather than the pre-professional route. But that's a privilege. And that has to be said that I'm in an immensely privileged position because I just have a Jamaican mom and I don't give about anything. You know, like I just rock out. Like I've just been taught to rock out. Like I can't not rock out. Like, I don't know.
Such a treat, Marley, honestly. So happy to see that you've come this far and that you're going to have so far to go. You all, please make sure to go check out Marley's Substack, Third Space, and subscribe. And I hate asking this question because what you're doing now is fabulous. Do you have any desire? That's how I'll ask it. Do you have any desires that are on the on the precipice of the next phase of your life?
Yeah, I think for me, I really want to like just connect with nature and write. That's like literally for me, I want to enjoy our natural world and like the biodiversity of America. America is a beautiful country. And I think right now I'm in a time where part of me wants to go be abroad and like be an expat and like, you know,
an immigrant.
Yeah, where be an immigrant and like
calling it an expat. It's an immigrant.
Yeah, be an immigrant, like immigrate somewhere else in maybe Europe or on the continent. But I also have been really fighting, and I think I'm going to write about it, where I do feel deeply American and like I love this country and like I love certain things about it.
Why do you love this country?
Why?
Yes.
What's pretty? Like it's America as a country. Like I mean, I don't know. I think Well, for me, I have a very big military family, and that's a whole other thing where my dad's cousin, Gary, is the chief of training, doctrine, and command for all of the U.S. Army. He used to be chief of staff of the Army. Like, I have all of the military family on my dad's side, and I think I have a deep sense of patriotism that definitely conflicts with a lot of the things that are going on right now. And for me, the best way I can be patriotic is to also take care of the land and have access to land and nourish that land and feed myself off of that land.
I'm going to give you something to feed yourself off of.
Yes, please do.
That land is not American.
Yeah.
And I will leave you with that, my love.
Damn, girl. But you get what I think that might make some sense, but I 100% get what you're saying.
That land is not American. This land is your land. No, it's not. This land is my land. No, it's not.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But I think I want to continue to like just have some more peace and keep writing, keep creating. And I don't think I can do that in a big city. I like nature and I like being outside, and I want to be more self-sufficient in that way. So I might go to grad school, I might not, but I want to keep writing.
No pressure. No pressure. Let the world be your grad school. Go learn how to plant vegetables if you don't know already. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I can't grow a thing. And I think that that's a very useful skill. So
go to the mountains, go to the Blue Mountains in Jamaica.
Yep. Exactly. Mom, if you're listening, yep. Gotta go.
Marley, such a treat, y'all. Make sure you go subscribe to her Substack, and wishing you the best for this final year at Harvard.
Thank you so much.
Bye. So lovely. I love that we get to have all types of folks on this show. We get to have all types of folks, all different walks of life, all different generations, etc., etc., etc. Wow, that was so neato. That was so neato. Oh my goodness. Are y'all ready to get into the word of the day? Are y'all ready to get into the word of the day? Actually, we are in the 11 o'clock hour, so I want to big up everybody who's just joining us. Okay, wait, let's pause. Someone says she kind of lost me when she said she's patriotic. She's like 20. She's like 20. Did you keep up with her when she was talking about hegemonies? Did you keep up with her when she was talking about, I mean, I honestly, my brain is so flooded with all the things she was talking about. I want us to understand something. Nobody got to where we are without going through a process and a journey. And there is a shame that I feel like we should apply to people who are willfully ignorant, but there is an encouragement and education that we apply to folks who are able to learn and receive. And I want us to really be better about that, to know when to build bridges instead of building walls. And yes, something is absolutely wrong with loving America. Let me just take a moment for all of you newcomers here, just so you know where you at. Here in AmandaLand, we understand that the United States is an imperialist empire that has spent its entire existence harming the rest of the world, stealing resources, and literally killing the planet. We also understand that as Black people, to say that you love America is like saying that you love the person with potential who continues to not show up for your birthday party, who continues to give you BS promises that they never keep. And you continue to say, yeah, but remember that one time? The reality of the United States is that it was founded in capitalism that absolutely disregarded women, the poor, Black people, Native Americans, and everybody else. You do not need to be patriotic to love the Black people who have come out of this land. You do not need to love the United States to love what Black people have managed to make out of this land. You do not have to love America to love your community that has managed to happen and exist and thrive in spite of the American ideals that stand against it. It's time that we understand that we can create an identity better than the one that was given to us. Okay? Let me say that one more time. It is time to understand that we can create an identity better than the American one that was given to us. All right. Today's word of the day is imperious. Overbearing and arrogant. Some people who don't like the truth watched my episode of Surrounded and said that I was imperious, an adjective meaning overbearing and arrogant. Imperious is spelled I-M-P-E-R-I-U-S. I-M-P-E-R-I-O-U-S. Imperious. Can we use this in a sentence? Someone said, you can be imperious, Amanda. Guess what? You're getting blocked. You don't get to be in my chat and be disrespectful. I know that some people's chats are full of trolls and they do nothing wrong with it and they do nothing with it because they want the algorithm. They want the dollars. They want the access to the ads. I don't care. As Rolando said, we have zero time for it. Where is it? Where is it? Because that was hilarious, Rolando. There it is. Zero time. None. Zero time for that. So it's a block party. It's a party. It's a party. It's a party. No, that wasn't a joke. You can be imperious sometimes, Amanda, is not a joke. That's a joke that I can make about myself, but that is not a joke that you can make about me. So again, if you say it out loud and it feels like someone who doesn't know you would know, don't say it at all. Sarah Palmer. Sarah, are you still in Czechoslovakia? The imperiousness of trying to call Miss Seals imperious. Ding. Yes. You should make that your motto, Amanda Seals, the imperious. Has a good ring to it. Thank you, BB. Let's see who else. What do we got? Yes, Zaire Brooks. Trump out here being imperious. Absolutely correct. Cassie Carnahan. It is imperative that we recognize the imperious nature of egomaniacs and run the other direction. She's a runner. She's a track star. Why do people feel the need to try to check you on your page? Go away. Thank you. Thank you. I've never understand it. I've never got it. I've never known why that is the case. It seems like some of the reactions to that show are just based on their previous bias. You mean, oh yeah, like all of them? When my partner tells me about myself, sometimes I can be imperious. Okay, you better be self-reflective. We love it. We love a self-reflective moment. All right. Oh, yay. Welcome back to Nyack in October. Hello, Sweden. I can count to 10 in Swedish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Brandon, imperious is literally being loud and wrong like the Black conservatives who tried to debate Miss Seals. You ain't never tell a lie. Never tell a lie. All right, let's get one more. Sealand says, some politicians take an imperious stance on social issues, dismissing the voices of the very people they represent. Yes, absolutely. Imperious. So that was our word of the day. I-M-P-E-R-I-O-U-S. All right. Imperious. All right, let's get into our bonus question. How about it? I hope that it plays that. Bonus question. Bonus question. Bonus question. Bonus question. B-O-N-U-S-Q-U-E-S-T-I-O-N. Bonus question. All right. Today's bonus question is, How do you define yourself politically? That is today's bonus question. How do you define yourself politically? Now, this question is coming from, I'm seeing people say that they don't understand why I'm calling myself a radical, that I am either, that basically I can only be a conservative or a liberal. I can't be anything else. And that is 100% false. I will also later in the show for our critical thinking exercise, I will explain what a black radical is and what the black radical tradition is. But in the comments after the show, I would love for you all to drop in the comments, how do you define yourself politically? You see, we don't push the algorithm here by allowing negativity, by allowing trolls, by allowing nonsense. We push the algorithm here by engaging intellectually. That's how the algorithm here gets in motion. So answer this question after the show. Think about it. Drop it in the comments. How do you define yourself politically? And if you want to add a little extra razzle dazzle, you can put what got you there. You know, maybe you were something and then you became something else, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, as D Steel TV says, you can be radical, you can be a revolutionary, you can be a progressive, you can be a centrist, you can be conservative. There's levels of the political spectrum. All right. So many levels. Then you have Kiki who says, I'm Democratic on paper, but only because a third party has never succeeded. Definitely not Republican, but the Democrats aren't for us either. Well, Kiki, baby, you know, we about that life here at AmandaLand. Okay. Anyone here who has an AmandaLand passport knows that we are not a bipartisan community at all. We are not a bipartisan community at all. So make sure that you drop in and leave your answer to the bonus question in the comments after. And if you're listening on the podcast, hopefully you'll stop through our YouTube page, Amanda Seals TV, and you will leave your comments. Now, again, I am going to do my best not to be triggered by the bots, but the continuous bot saying they cooked you is like literally psychotic. It's like genuinely psychotic, and they are here in the troll. They're here in the chat. But it's literally like this is a parapsychological work that these people do. They essentially just say the same thing over and over and over again, though it is not true. And then they either trigger you to act out of character or to respond, or they eventually get you to doubt yourself, which then drives you crazy as well, or they get you to believe it. And if they don't get you to believe it, they get others to believe it. And that is what we see with the effort of parapsychological warfare that we've seen from the CIA, that we see from the FBI, that we see from the right. I mean, we see it in the left as well, right? That whole like vote blue no matter who. Well, get out of here. That doesn't even make any sense. So, you know, that's something to just keep your eye on. When you see folks, particularly on this post, saying like, oh, you got cooked, they're not saying how, and they're not saying why. They're just gaslighting. And they're manipulating your mind by just repetition, literally by just repetition. So shout to everybody who is saying louder the truth, which is that these people didn't even come to debate because they had no stance to stand on in the first place. And even if they are POCs in real life, Zaire, they're behaving like bots. So one in the same. Are we ready to get into some Black Urine news, folks? Are we ready to do it? Are we ready to do it? Let's do it.
Black Urine news. Politics. Black Urine news. Pop culture. Black Urine news. Sports. Black Urine news. Justice.
All right, let's get into our Black Urine news, folks. All right, now we have been watching for the past week, the actual occupation of Washington, D.C. And if you've been paying attention, one thing that is very clear is that D.C. is not going for it, okay? And I'm so happy to see it. D.C. said, I don't know who y'all thought you was messing with. Now, I said this on Washingtonian Problems when I first heard maybe a month ago, that they was trying to do some type of stepping in type of thing. And I was like, Dad, they met DC before. So let's take a minute to just see how DC is responding to the occupation.
A huge amount of dissent from DC residents here.
You're proud of what you're doing, show your face!
And they're going right back up the escalators now. So as you can see, his vest is labeled with HSI, Homeland Security Investigations.
My patients need safety.
What brought you all here today? Any concerns today? Is there a reason of going up and down the escalator repeatedly? This is now the second time we're going down the escalator. If there's a directive for going up and down the stairs, they're doing a very good job here today in Washington, D.C. We have police federal agent, police special agent, and police written on the back of these vests here. At least one of the vests was labeled HSI, Homeland Security Investigations. We have a much larger presence down here now. We are seeing an apprehension as we speak here in the Columbia Heights Metro Station. Could you tell us why this individual is being arrested? Is there a reason for this individual to be arrested? Is he being detained for any reason? What's going on here? Could you tell us?
Stop.
A stop? What happened?
He failed to pay his fare.
He failed to pay his fare. Why is the FBI here for fare evasion?
Do you watch the news?
I do watch the news, yeah. We're actually part of the news.
Why is the FBI in D.C., period?
You tell me.
No.
It's a good question.
You tell me.
I'm here to ask you. You seem to be the expert here. Why is the FBI here? For a fare evasion case.
No.
And why is Homeland Security here for fare evasion?
They're not here for fare evasion.
So what was Homeland Security here doing?
They're here supporting everybody in D.C. with the same focus.
So the focus of Homeland Security and the FBI is fare evasion?
No, the focus of me and this officer right now is fare evasion.
Okay.
But they're going to support everything that we do, just like we support everything that they do.
Okay, we're still in the Washington, D.C. Metro Station area. There's now a much larger presence. Massive crowd of D.C. residents rejecting the Donald Trump takeover. And you're hearing some cheering. It seems like these officers are indeed leaving. As you can see, these agents are also in unmarked vehicles, like many of the agents that have been deployed to Washington, D.C. over recent days. And now we're hearing the sirens. We have an unmarked vehicle here. We have transit police. We have an unmarked Dodge Caravan here. We have another pickup truck right here. Several unmarked vehicles of agents who are now leaving due to the massive community response.
Streets! Our streets! Our streets!
And there you have it, folks. Live from Washington, D.C.
ICE go home! ICE go home! ICE go home! ICE go
Let me tell y'all something about DC. DC said no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, this is going to a fever pitch at this point. And of course, we know that particularly in DC, things are not just going to stay civil. And I see people in the chat saying things like, they always have a black man doing their dirty work. And I want to just acknowledge that wording suggests that black man didn't have the agency to choose doing that dirty work. And I think it's really important to point out that there are a lot of factors that cause people to align themselves in law enforcement. But one of them is definitely a feeling of wanting to have power when you feel perhaps that you are powerless. Also just want to have a check. And I don't at any point feel like I don't feel like there's a reason at this point to be proud of being a part of law enforcement. Not that there ever was. Like, people ask, like, I still get asked about like auditions and roles by agents. And I want y'all to know that the amount of propaganda that's being created in Hollywood is bonanzas. Like, all of the things that I end up getting asked to audition for end up having some type of law enforcement element to it. And I'll like, say, ask me to audition for a Cameron Diaz movie the other day. First of all, I don't audition no more. So you either gonna give me the role or not. Offer only. Second of all, they like, well, you know, do you have materials? Yes, a full season of Insecure that you can watch on HBO Max. Like, why do I got to give you a tape? I just feel like I did 6 years, 5 seasons. Pull it up. Pull it up. But I say all that to say that I have to tell them every time, I do not play law enforcement officers, ACAB, all day. That's how it goes. All right. Now, we do have our next guests, but we only have one of them so far. So I'm waiting for our second guest to join before I bring them up. Any people out here? I know we always have a lot of DC people. So do we have any DC people in here that can tell us what they've noticed or what they've seen? Because I can tell you one thing. I'm not seeing any real crime being reported. Did they catch any of the YNs? Where the YNs? They're doing did they catch him? I'm wondering. Because I can tell you that the YNs are not going to stop the carjacking just because the popo is around. I don't know if y'all know that, but they not. Okay? That is not going to cease. They just going to find another way. They going to steal the popo car. All them unmarked vehicles, I give it 2 weeks until one of them gets jacked. Until one of them gets jacked by some YN name, you know, YN Fiscal Returns. I'm waiting for a rapper to be named Fiscal Returns. I want to see it. Yes, I asked the same question. Why did they go to Georgetown? Why? Shout out to Afeni at Facts and Fire on YouTube. Afeni is released. She was literally just videoing what was going on. Then she was attacked by the pigs. She was sprayed with tear gas, etc. But baby, when she got out, they Khaleesi'd her. They left her on shoulders. They were like, Misa, 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 Misa. I was like, you better be in all white. She got out that prison, out that jail, and they had her in all white on their shoulders. I felt like Rock. I felt like Charles S. Dutton at the end of at the end of Rudy. I was watching the video like, yeah. Come on, man. Well, shout out to DC, District of Columbia. Elijah, I see you here in the chat. And just know that we're with you. And this is ground zero for the BS. He done already got the tanks there. You know, the tanks is already in the building. So that was not by accident. I definitely told y'all that. Remember when I told y'all that? I said, this is not for a birthday party. This is not for a birthday party. But we're about to get into our next Level Us Up guest for the day. All the brothers in the chat. Where the brothers in the chat? All my brothers in the chat. Throw a fist up in the chat. Because we about to bring 2 brothers on this goddamn screen to talk about the work that they are doing with the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color, which expands beyond brothers. But I'm specifically talking to the brothers. All right, let's get into it. Cracking myself up. AmandaLand.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, we're doing all right. You know, Kind of early over here in California, but we're doing good. How about yourself?
I'm well. It is early in the West. Dr. David C. Turner III, would you mind scooching over just a bit to center yourself in the Perfect. So, y'all, we are here with Eric Morison-Smith and David C. Turner. I'm surprised you dropped the doctor because I saw the photo shoot. So I'm like, why you didn't put? Oh, wait, you're muted. You're muted.
David, we can't hear you, bro.
Oh no, it's some headphones. It's always the headphones. We cannot hear David C. Turner. But if you click on the mic there at the bottom, and it should give you two options. There you go. I think that's it right there.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
There we go. Beautiful.
Yes. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't put Dr. David C. Turner III in your name because I did see the photo shoot and it was very intentional.
Hey, look, that was my fault also too. My sincere apologies for being late. I have an old black man barber who starts cutting hair at like 6 a.m. And I love my barber to death. As I'm saying, if y'all in LA, check out my boy John Sims right off of Slauson. You know what I'm saying? He'll get you right. But
however,
let's just say it was the prelude to everything we're gonna talk about today. Yeah, man. Shout out to my barber.
Shout out to your barber. But you clean though. I
had time to put all my stuff in. Hey, we outside. I had to make sure, if I'm gonna be on I'll be on your podcast. I at least gotta have a line.
See, we see the edge. When I did the surrounded thing with these 20 black conservatives, one thing I saw in a lot of the comments was I could already tell when they didn't have a lineup that they was about to be on some BS.
Look, and it wasn't gonna be me.
Yeah. And Amanda, my favorite one was the dude who had the full beard and goatee, but had this shaven right here.
The pubic hair.
Yeah, I was like, wow, that's crazy. Like, if we're like, I ain't trying to start with clowning, but like, it did remind me of like that Key and Peele skit. Like, it looked like one of those costumes. So definitely saw a couple of those. It was definitely interesting.
It's art imitating life. It's life imitating art.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all the things. But being in that room and seeing so many of those brothers of multiple ages, right? Yeah. Really standing on just self-hatred and a complete disconnection from not just their own communities, but the facts of history and how it's related to its community, really said to me, this is why we need organizations like the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color. And I was so happy that I was going to be having y'all on specifically because I also saw in the comments a lot of people saying like, damn, it's a lot of black men. It wasn't a lot of black women. It was a lot of black men. And I'm like, yep. Yeah. And I remember when the election was happening, there was a lot of brothers that was really like riding for Trump. And then Obama ran out and was like, pull your pants up and vote. Which also wasn't helpful. And then he went back home. So please tell us about the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color, why y'all started this, where it's based, the work that's being done, all the things.
Yeah, for sure. So happy to start, and then David, feel free to chime in on whatever else. But the Alliance, we are a network here in California of 200 organizations that are focused on advancing race and gender justice by transforming policies and systems that are failing boys and men of color, our families, and communities. And for us, like a lot of that work has really looked like doing state legislation here in California. So like in our 14-year history, we've passed 126 bills focused on closing youth prisons, trying to take power away from law enforcement, trying to demilitarize law enforcement because we see that when we're on the streets protesting, we basically got armies showing up to try to, quell our energy. And on the same side, we're also like advancing policies that are really building up community-based alternatives to law enforcement and like trying to get young people jobs. We got a whole campaign focused on ending intimate partner violence and engaging men in that work. So a lot of our work is focused on the state policy, but then in addition to that, We do a lot of like healing work. We do a lot of work with our local partners to support them with their local campaigns across California. And then just do a lot of work to bring people together across the state because, we got partners in LA, San Diego, Fresno, Northern California, basically all across the state. So we do a lot of like events and, bring people together to like learn from one another, and really make sure that we're building a vision for California that's from the ground up and, not necessarily just taking the lead of Governor Newsom. So it's a little bit about, the work, but I'm sure David would love to add on as well.
Absolutely, yeah, man. And we're gonna get into it for real, but I think one of the things that I would add to that, right, especially coming from not only like being on ABMOC staff, but also having been a partner with ABMOC. So I was one of those. I was working with one of those community organizations that was one of those 200. And I think one of the things that really helps to amplify the work of ABMOC are the opportunities it provides young people and communities to be able to advocate for change, right? So a big piece of the research work I do as a professor, as well as like a big piece of the organizing work I did prior to stepping into being a professor has been about like building youth power and to watch young people, people who are impacted by the same systems that harm them, work to change those systems is, I mean, quite frankly, one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen, right? Like being able to have young people work to change policies that push them out of school, or being able to work with those young folks or community members, right, who were harmed by police violence and whose families were killed by police violence, then go change laws that lead to police violence, right, is not only a wonderful thing, but also I think indicative of what it means when we actually build community power to transform systems that impact those communities.
Yeah.
How would you say how would you say the forces in legislative spaces in California have either worked with you or against you to continue this work?
Yeah, I know it's like complex question. But David, you want to go first? You want me to?
I'll take a shot at this. I think one of the so in organizing, right? We have this thing.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait. I was like, why is Eric throwing me off? You look like my ex.
Oh,
damn.
Yeah, interesting.
Hey, some people say that. Some people say he looks like Future.
No, I'm like, why am I annoyed by this person for no reason? I'm like, I'm just annoyed by you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because you look like this nigga Devon. That's why. Okay, but now that I have verbalized it, it is now no longer a consternation. And now you are Eric Morison-Smith, and you are not the nigga that looked like Devon. Perfect.
All right, thank goodness. And Dave, you didn't have to bring up the Future, but people be saying that. Dude, Dennis, I'm like, bro, I'm just me.
Dude, Dennis, I never heard that one.
Like, hey, can I just VE? But no, that's funny. But I appreciate you bringing it.
I was like listening, and I'm like, this man is saying things that are important, but I'm distracted.
Yeah.
And I'm triggered.
Hey, look, so you got to bring it to the surface because now we could address it, and then we good now, so it's all good.
Someone in the chat said he does look like Future though. And now let's get back to the convo. So how are these people either being an impediment or a help? Because I have a feeling they're not being a help at all.
Yeah. So again, right, like in organizing, we have this whole thing called an inside-outside strategy. Where we work to cultivate internal champions. These internal champions would be actual state legislators who we work with, right, to co-sponsor bills to help us advance certain policy agendas here in California, right? So we have a few of those like internal champions now, right, like people like Isaac Bryan and out of Los Angeles.
You better name like 4 people, aren't you?
It's only about 4 to 5.
It's only about 4 or 5, right?
Yeah.
It's only about 4 or 5, right? So again, right? Like, so there are some folks who we work with right, to be able to introduce legislation. The challenge is then getting the legislation passed, right? Like, and that's where we oftentimes have to build a lot of momentum for our campaigns, because not only are there legitimate roadblocks within the state legislature, there is also counter organizing to the things that we're doing,
What do
right?
you mean?
These police is organized.
Oh,
These
these
probation
these
officers are
police
organized.
is organized.
Like,
Police, probation, they're some of the most like
yeah.
powerful forces in California capital. Yeah.
Yeah, so we oftentimes are we have to build strategies not only to win the moral argument, but also, right, like we have to build strategies to counter the counter organizing,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And that is where a lot of the challenge comes in, because again, right, like it's a lot of stuff that we could pass, right? But because there are so many folks in our legislature who are so beholden to like what we call like the carceral economy, right? Like I'm about to define it. I got you. Yeah. And by the carceral economy, we mean people whose livelihoods, checks, all kind of other things come from an economy of punishment. So these are people who are like police officers, probation officers, prison guards, right? Like, so much of their livelihood is connected to punishment, right? And these are oftentimes the folks we find ourselves organizing against, in addition to, right, like the lobby for the people who are like from big real estate. Sometimes even the people who are in the retail industry. Those are some of the biggest folks who are working to pass legislation to make or to increase criminal penalties for theft, right? Like, so these are some of the folks who we've been organizing against. And it presents a very real challenge, right? Because, when social change happens, it happens with two ways: either organized money or organized people, and we broke, right? So
Fair.
we gotta have organized people because they line the money up, and it's it's challenging, but we're still able to get some wins.
Yeah. And just really quickly, I see you thinking, Amanda, but one additional thing to add to that is it also changes depending on the moment that we're in. So, like, many of us know that, like, Democrats, like, they are what they are, but they just want to they want to look good, right? So, like, when we're in the 2009, 2029, or excuse me, 2020 moment, like, when everybody was down with BLM and they were down with the progressive causes, they were more willing to like partner with us and advance like radical things, right? Like we had,
they was taking a knee with the Kente
exactly, with the Kente cloth, exactly. We just wrote about that too. Yep. So like we had people here in California, legislators that were willing to support like abolition. They were willing to support. We literally have a state bill that got passed.
They were willing to support abolition.
Check it. We had a bill that was passed that says that we are creating community-based alternatives to law enforcement. If you partner with law enforcement, you call law enforcement, you got law enforcement on your board, you cannot access, these programs. And then the result of that was we have like 5 programs that are alternatives to law enforcement.
Wait.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That was only able to get passed, in that moment. There was and matter of fact, we had worked on that bill 2 years previously, and the governor actually vetoed it. But in 2020, he signed it. The fact that we were able to get a bill that basically, was working on demilitarizing law enforcement, it was AB 481. Like, they ain't doing that shit today, So it changes depending on what's like the hot topic, what kind of moment that we're in. And as you can imagine, these last 2 to 3 years, like, all that progressiveness that people had has disappeared, to the point where we're seeing bills like there was a bill that basically got advanced that they wanted armed law enforcement on every single school campus, here in California. You've even seen like some of the more progressive people really advance like new 3 strikes laws and all these, punitive bills. So it's kind of interesting to, be in this moment where we saw how everybody was willing to advance progressive causes and then just completely do a 360, during COVID.
In that moment, where was your head? Like, were you on some like, let's just try to run it up while we can? Or were you like, wow, look, they changed? Because I know there was a lot of people that was definitely on that, and I was like, "What are you?"
No.
Yeah.
We knew the backlash was coming.
Yeah.
We knew it was coming because I mean history, right? You know, like, but I think what wasn't it's not necessarily that it wasn't clear, right? But I think like what I mean, I don't think anybody could have anticipated was the scale and the sort of, I guess, veracity, right? Of the like of the backlash itself, right? Because it's here, right? I mean, they're literally snatching people up off the street. You know, so we're in the thick of it now, but yeah, man, we knew.
Well, tell me this, you know, I think a lot of, one thing I see a lot of people saying all the time is, I'm exhausted. I'm so tired. And they, by the way, they're not organizers. They're just, they're tired of scrolling and seeing bad news, right?
Yeah.
They're tired. But organizers understand that like this fight is a fight that does not end until like a bigger thing ends. Like to me, this fight doesn't end until like capitalism ends. Like it's not as basic as just who's in office. And I feel like what you just really enumerated for folks is the fact that even if you get something passed, it can get unpassed.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and that's where I feel like a lot of people are missing the boat on how necessary it is for this coalition building to happen. So can you just you know, expound for us like how just the structure of coalition building helps to at least in my let me ask this question. Does the structure of coalition building, in your opinion, help to balance the exhaustive effort of organizing? At all, or because I think theoretically it is, but then it's like but then you end up having to manage more people, which is exhausting.
Yeah. So me and David, we talk about this all the time. So that's why we over here grinning and smiling at each other.
I'm just like,
So the short answer is right. Like the coalition building is how you build power. It is how you get transformative things done. And there is a lot of difficulty in managing, you know, coalitions and working in coalition as well, because especially when we're talking about our people who have been traumatized and impacted by white supremacy, capitalism, and all these, you know, isms, we come into the work with certain traumas, with certain, you know, issues that show up in our relationships with one another. So I think that the short answer is the coalition work does make it easier. You're able to spread the work if you know, have effective and healthy coalitions, but there is also additional labor required to make sure that you are in healthy relationship with one another as you are working on your particular initiative or campaign. So that means like really leaning into actually building relationships. Like you cannot just bring random sets of people together and expect that you are going to be able to work together effectively. Like you got to build relationships, get to know one another, do the one-on-ones, you know, make space to have fun with each other because, you know,
y'all doing retreats, y'all doing trust falls and things like this.
Yes, absolutely.
Basically,
the flag.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You have to. And even look, like even we do a big convening every year where we bring together all of our partners across the state. And like the first day is just relationship building. You know, in the evening, like folks are doing karaoke, they're doing healing circles, you know, and all that good stuff. So the second day we could actually get to the work. And it really does make a difference and supports with like the burnout, with the conflicts that arise throughout the year. Because then you get to really see that like, yo, like this person is really in it to make change and really cares about this work. And you're able to navigate some of the conflicts that are often just like misunderstandings because we can be very conflict avoidant as a society. So all that to say is it's necessary, it's super important, and coalition work is extremely difficult.
Well, if you ever want me to come and do some stand up at the beginning of one of your retreats to loosen the flow, let me know.
Yeah, we might need that.
My
Hey,
karaoke song is First I Was Afraid, I Was Petrified.
Okay.
That's always
And
on deck.
David did a dope Kendrick album that just came out. And David got on the stage, lights off. It was crazy, but it was dope. What song? Which one was it, David? We might have
oh,
videos. We
oh,
might.
oh, yeah, man. It was whacked out murals.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, like, forgive me, like, leaving professional decorum, but like that song is a real nigga anthem. Know what I'm saying,
Can I just say this though?
so
Real nigga anthem speak is what professional decorum needs to be. At this point,
so
professional
I'm just
decorum
saying.
is really people just fronting and lying. I need people to just keep it a buck.
So yeah, man, I done turned my hat back. I was over there going up your rank. You know what I'm saying? It was wonderful. But real quick, I think also to add to Eric's piece about the coalition piece and like coalition building. Kelly Hayes and Miriam Kaba had this really dope book out called
Wait, you gotta give me a comp. Wait, this is the way that you slid back into the code switch was incredible. This was really, I mean, that was amazing. You said, when niggas is needing to really understand the responsibilities of our hegemony. Yeah, please tell me about Miriam Kava and we do this till we free us. Please.
Yeah, no, not that one. It's let this
radicalize you.
Yeah,
Got it.
organized in a revolution of reciprocal care or something like that. And in this book, they have this quote that's like hella powerful, right? And I mean, I'm gonna butcher it because I don't know it exactly, but it essentially says that like, look, if you want to build movements rather than clubhouses, you need to be able to work with people who are different from you, people who you may disagree with, and may even at some point
want to be in movements. Say that part
again. If you want to build movements rather than clubhouses,
what would we consider to be a clubhouse? Like we're just like a trap that doesn't sell drugs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Or a trap that's only been selling weed for the past 15 years and they moved up yet. What Cat Williams said.
Okay, fair. A lot of crap being played. Got it.
Yeah, right. So essentially, right, like so what they're talking about, right, is that like if you want to be able to build movements, right, you're gonna have to begin to interact with folks who are different from you, and right, like you're gonna have to work to build those relationships with them. Now they go on to say that this doesn't mean that like you go like extend the hand to the enemy, right? Like what it means, right, is what it means is that if you are going to, we're gonna build movements, right, like to combat the forces that would destroy us, we're gonna have to be okay with being uncomfortable, essentially, right?
Who would y'all consider to be the enemy?
People who seek joy, right, in harming us.
Fair.
Right, like people who, regardless of what fact you put in front of their face, right, like don't change their mind. In fact, they're actually looking to ensure that those facts no longer exist, right? Like, the folks who are trying to take, right, like Black education out of schools, the people who are working to ensure that the Smithsonian doesn't talk about slavery, the folks who are organizing white militias, right? Like, I'm sorry, but like some Nazis got to get punched in the face. And that's
quite
just
honest,
what
there
it is.
isn't enough punching in the face going on, to be quite fair.
I'm just saying.
There just isn't. But you're right. I agree. By the way, someone said that, Eric, you have a resting kind face. When I was on the reel, I had to actually like practice that because everyone would, a resting kind face, because people would be like, look at her, she's so stank. And I'm like, I'm listening. I'm just listening. So then I just had to practice this face.
That's funny. I feel like I've typically gotten the opposite. So I take that as a compliment.
You get he's trying to fight us. He literally doesn't know you exist. No, Nazis need to be punched in the face. Also, we need a new name. Right? We need a new name other than Nazis. Like these cats is cut from their own cloth, right? Yeah. Like I feel like Nazis is like unfair because it's like, no, they did the work of creating their own evil. You all are now doing your own evil, so you deserve your own name, because I think it also distances folks from this unique brand of hatred that you just named, right? Which is not just the goal of getting joy. There's like joy in the what do we all say on Instagram? Like it's the man, what do they always say? The blank is the thing. Like it's not the pain, it's the someone in the chat is gonna say it. There always is an effort to just ignore anything that is the facts in order to just keep going with harm. And then I'm also like, why do you all want to harm everybody? Like, what's that about? The cruelty is the thing. That's it. Like, it's literally just like, we're not just going to get rid of homeless people. We're going to like throw your stuff in the trash. We're going to stomp on your tents. You know, we're going to do all of this extra nonsense just to make you scared of us because we didn't get pussy in high school. Like, that's what I'm watching on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So when you are working with these coalitions and the alliance, and you're working with the youth, what is the facet that you would say is most influential in that you're having to fight them to like wrangle from them? Like, I don't know how, let me word that better. What do you feel like is the most influential aspect that you're having to steer them away from and wrangle them into like a different direction? Because, you know, people love to say it would be video games or music or the internet, etc.
I feel like I got an answer for that. Eric, you want to start? Or
I mean, you go at first. Let me think about it for a bit.
For sure, yeah. I think for me, like the biggest thing that is the challenge, and I'm pretty sure you've probably experienced a little bit of this when you was in that circle of red flags. But like one of the biggest challenges that I faced in organizing in general has been and continues to be that like people blame us for the conditions that we live in, right? You know, so it's like, well, it's our fault that we're doing this, like, or you know, it's like because we don't do a certain thing in this way, right? Like, you know, we somehow are inherently a problem for that. And that, I think, idea and mentality is so salient, right?
Salient. That man has a doctorate. Salient.
Hey, I mean, I try. But it's so salient because it's just like, man, like there is like, okay, to give you an example. In one of the youth organizing spaces that I work with, is a grassroots organization in LA called Community Coalition. They take their young people on a literal tour of Los Angeles, right? So like they put youth in a van and make them count all the things that they see in their community that they would describe as bad. And then they drive to the west side of town, right? Or, you know, west of La Cienega.
Yes.
And like, okay,
north of the 10.
North of the 10 freeway. Now go count all those same things. Go see how many of those same things are there, right? See how less police there are, right? Go see how many less liquor stores, right? How many more grocery stores? How many you know, how many more like things like farmers markets or things like that, right? And literally, like once the young people begin to see the physical difference, it's just like, well, wait, how come our communities don't have that stuff? Right? Or well, like, I mean, it's not like we're in a different city. This is still technically the city of Los Angeles, right? Like, how come our street signs are dangling, right? You know, while they have trash cans every 100 feet. Like, what's up with this, right? And when young people see the difference, right? Then it's like, well, is it really because we don't care? Because I know people in my community that care.
Yeah.
Right? I know people in my neighborhood care, but do they listen to us, or do we need to organize better? And then then that's when the conversations start happening. Then we start talking about
turning.
then we start talking about root causes and all that other shit, and then that's
exactly.
where and that's where things start to move, right? So for me, the biggest challenge to not only building coalitions but just organizing in general is helping people to realize that it is not your fault that we live in these conditions, right? Yeah. This is not, as one of my homegirls used to say, this is not by mistake, this is by design.
Yes. That's what I was trying to explain on Surrounded. I couldn't even get past just that, because you can't even have a real conversation about solution if you can't simply just acknowledge how the problem exists and who is causing the problem. And I feel like so many Black folks almost have decided to not want to make it somebody else's issue, because they feel like if we say it's our issue, then we have more control. But then it feels like they're deploying oppressive mindsets that don't actually enact empowerment. They actually embolden nihilism. This hat that got me talking away right now. It doesn't actually empower. It emboldens. Not. You hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Brother Morison-Smith. Beloved, can you please expound for us upon
beloved?
Side note, one time, okay, this is just a random because I feel like y'all appreciate this story. So one time when I was a rapper, I had a show in Long Island and I was behind God's back. It was very far out of the city, and a DJ had given me a ride, and then he got a call to get some pussy while I was there. And so he left me there. And so I was there, and the only other people that were there was Joel Santana and his squad. So they live, Joel's is from 152. I lived on 151st. So his brother was like, hey, you want to ride back to the city? And I was like, there's going to be guns in this car. And I don't know if this is a smart decision, but I'm going to do it because I need to get back to the city. So I get in this Escalade with 7 brothers and this white man who's driving, and the brother in the front seat is the biggest Black man I've ever seen. And my security guard brother Amir is 6'5" and is of the FOI. And he is pressing the driver, get the radio to work right. Get the radio to work right. And I'm just like, is Flex going to drop a bomb on a record tonight? What is this about? And the whole time they're referring to each other as beloved. They're like, hey, beloved, pass me that. They're like, yo, beloved, chill, beloved. yo, my beloved. You're my beloved.
I love it. I love it.
Good. By the way, the reason why he was so hyped about getting this radio turned on was eventually revealed, because finally they got it working. They was like, yo, chill. The debate is on.
The debate?
What? I wanted to hear the presidential debate. They was really like, now you see, I actually do think his fiscal policies are I was like, yo.
Okay, that's what's up. That's funny.
And there was definitely guns in the car. Definitely.
That's hilarious.
So, anyways, back on. Game on. All right. So what made you say, or actually let me ask this question. So what happens now, right? Because I do feel like for any organizer, there's got to be a feeling with the uptick of fascism, with the uptick of violence, with the uptick of just egregiousness, that there would necessitate an uptick or a shift in organizing. Have you guys talked about that at all? Or is there any kind of consensus around that being a necessity?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely, I think, are still trying to figure this out, but we're having plenty of conversations around it, just because, I think we've had conversations around, yo, what if nonprofits don't exist in a couple of years? What if philanthropy continues to dry up? And I think some of the things that are definitely coming to mind for us is just one, we can't be reliant on these systems to do anything good on our behalf. So how do we actually really start to do some of this stuff ourselves, whether it's feeding ourselves, educating ourselves, and so on, because like we see the ways in which they're trying to defund the Department of Education and so on. So I think that those are definitely things that are top of mind and that we're having a lot of conversations about. And then the second piece is like we're just really trying to get back to how we build mass bases as opposed to just, organizing kind of like in our small cliques, because we do realize that
You
like
said
for us
math
to be able,
spaces? Math?
yeah, like mass bases,
Okay.
the masses of people to be organized into the work.
Okay.
How do we take the energy that we are seeing where people are fighting back against ICE, they're fighting back against these fascists who are trying to take over the streets, and
Mm-hmm.
like, turn that into organized power so it's not just, singular mobilizations. I think those are the things that are really top of mind and that we're going to need to, really lean into the next couple of years, because I think it's going to get crazy, and we're really going to need, all the people that we can get like on the streets, at the Capitol, wherever there's a fight, like having people show up and push back against, the things that we're seeing.
I've been really just ending a lot of my posts with the resistance is recruiting, and
Yeah,
just trying to get that thought process into people's mind that we are in a V for Vendetta situation.
yeah.
So we have folks who have questions. So let's take a couple of them. Hija de Guerra y Paz says, gentlemen, how do you foster hope as a discipline? Or do you?
That's
Or are you
important.
like, man, hope is some bullshit?
Nah. Hope is important. Hope is
Okay.
important.
Fate is serious from this angle, for the
Hey,
record.
look, I'm just saying, shout out to my barber, man. Are you faded? Right over there off of Slauson. Shout out to my barber.
You are.
But yeah, man. I think one of the things, especially when talking about first and foremost hope, right, is that people have to be able to imagine another way,
Yeah.
right? So people have to be able to see that society can look different, right? And working people through that, right, is its own practice. Now,
Yeah.
hope as a discipline, right, looks like, okay, now we have to practice this daily. Because, right, like, we don't want to just like exist in a delusional state where, okay, yeah, like we live in this alternative world. No, we have to build this world day to day. In order for us to build this, we also have to dismantle the current one. And it's important to help people be able to see that, like, hey, we're not doing this alone, and we've actually won things to help move us toward this world. Right? Like, this is not all fantasy. This is not all stuff that it exists solely in our minds. We have done things to help move us toward this direction, and it is totally possible for you to do the same. And you don't have to do it alone, right? And that is where, we're able to cultivate hope. But that only happens when you're in deep relationship and community with one another, right? Because if not, right, like then, like I said, yes, and trust, right?
They have
Like,
to believe you when you're like, no, really, this is not hopeless. And they're like, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's why you have to sing in front of each other.
To give a very quick example, and after this, I'm gonna shut up. There, here in LA, working with a coalition called the Police Free LAUSD Coalition, while everybody else and their mama was cutting DEI, they're moving away from all kind of other stuff. We were able to push the school district, right, to double down on investments in Black students, immigrant students, and LGBTQ students, right, with I believe a $57 million investment, right, in existing initiatives through organizing. Right, through organizing, through coalition building, through
no, but like give
bringing
us like
people together.
Like tell us like we're five. Like through organizing for some people just means like, so they did a petition. Like in what way did the organizing organize?
In what way did the organizing organize? Well, first and foremost, having bases of young people from 15 different grassroots community organizations who are really uplifting messages about investing in students, being able to have organized labor on our side. So in particular, right? The teachers union in Los Angeles, who has been incredibly progressive, especially over the last few years, right? Like they've been moving in a direction that's definitely centered in racial justice, and being able to build those relationships between grassroots organizations and organized labor has been incredibly effective when pushing not only the superintendent of the school board, but also school board members to vote yes on initiatives that we want, right? So,
So for like the people who
yeah,
don't know, basically what's happening is like, all right,
yeah,
we're going to these organizations and we're
yeah,
saying this is what we want. And we need you
yeah.
to write a letter or to make a phone call to say, hey, if you want our support moving forward, then we need you to support this thing.
Something like that, yeah. And in addition to that, right, like ensuring that, you know, those grassroots organizations like Students Deserve, like the Labor Community Strategy Center, Community Coalition, Inner City Struggle, the Collective for Liberatory Learning, et cetera, right? Like making sure that organizations like that and people who are working to move on these initiatives, right, that we trust those organizers and we trust their bases, you know, to be able to help bring folks together, right? Like that has been an essential piece in helping to get that win, you
Now
know.
see,
So that,
D Steel is giving me what I want to hear. We
Yeah.
did
there we
this,
go.
then
Yes.
we did this,
Yeah.
then we did this. We pulled up. Like
Yeah,
Ice
pulled up,
Cube at
literally.
Interscope offices, pulled
Yes.
up to the board meetings, activating and protesting outside the meetings. What is activating?
And shout out Derek to Social
Derek is
Justice
in
Institute,
here
man.
filling in all the gaps,
Yes.
just so you know. Derek been in here like, well,
Shout out-
actually what took place was there was an
Shout out to Derek.
Yeah.
because I asked these very specific questions because a lot of people, like y'all may have been in this work this whole time. A lot of people are just now
Yeah.
showing up and understanding that like we can't leave it to just y'all, right? And understanding that everybody has to not only be willing, but also have an understanding so that we can have more, like you said, mass, right? Like and more coalition building. And I'm seeing a lot more people showing up to organizing seminars and workshops, you know, wanting to understand like what is the difference between mobilizing and activism, right? Like what is the difference between a petition campaign and a calling campaign, and like how do all of the when do we step up, when do we start breaking shit, when does that happen, you know, etc.
Yeah. Yeah. And one thing just to add on to everything that David was saying is like for every issue that we've worked on, it honestly is a diversity of tactics. Like it is like one, again, the relationship building, you know, it's the political education and helping people understand like who are the forces that are going to be in an opposition, what are their specific interests, and like what are the things that are going to move them. So one quick example, we know our governor, like he wants to be president one day. I don't think anybody is surprised by that. And we know that the thing that
so
gets his
obvious.
attention
It's like
is so
corny.
obvious, right? The things that gets his attention are like media. So we're always trying to like get celebrities or get, you know, op-eds published because we know that that's the thing that catches his eye, right? Like we're constantly having to think through these things and get to know who our opposition is so we can figure out how to move them. So there's a lot of different underlying things showing up at the Capitol. Like we've had, you know, we're working on a reparations bill around education, and we've had this one politician that we could just not figure out how to move. They had been in opposition to everything, and David just pulled up to their office with 60 people. They were a no vote in the morning. David pulled up to their office with 60 young people, and they were somehow a yes vote in the afternoon, right?
How, David?
So sometimes it is, you know, it really is like a lot of experimentation, you know, a lot of like earned media, relationship building, you know, protesting. It really is a diversity of tactics that helps us
Multi-pronged
move.
approach.
Yeah, exactly.
You sound like Tommy Shelby on Peaky Blinders, because that is a character whose whole success rate was about learning the opponent.
Yes.
Everything about doing reconnaissance to the fullest so that when it's necessary, he could be like, well, actually, your mother, is over there, and I'm gonna really have to handle that. What you know about that? And they're like, what do you mean? How do you know about my mother? I sent her to Ireland. And like, well, I've actually got my brother there right now, and it's gonna go down. Tell me this next question. That's a Peaky Blinders hat. David and Eric, how do you tell the youth that they need to get educated in learning the history of our people and prior movements to help them be ready for what is coming? How do you tell the youth? What do you mean? I think what he means to ask is like, how do you teach the youth about the fact that you need to know the past to get ready for the future? Like what aspects, what aspects in you all's organizing do focus on that?
Yeah, I mean, David's the political education czar over here, so I'll let him answer that in a bit. But I
Political
think that
education czar?
yeah, like David is, he does a lot of our political education and a lot of our trainings for young people. So he's, like there's a reason why I wanted David on here, and you see, why he's it's multifaceted. But I think one thing that's important is like actually showing up to where the young people are is super important, and also engaging people in conversations that ensures that you recognize that they also have value and knowledge that they can be sharing in the space, right? Because I think that sometimes, like, especially as I'm not like old, but as older
No,
people,
but
we can sort
yes.
of think, we think that like we got all the answers, like we just need you to like listen to us and and remember this information. But like that is the way that our education system teaches, and we see how much of a failure it has been,
Yeah.
right? Like I think actually engaging people in education processes that bring knowledge out of them, that helps them, with critical thinking, and that also trickles in like history and makes them feel connected to it is, I think, super important. Like I'm literally rereading Pedagogy of the Oppressed right now, which I highly recommend for anybody who is thinking about trying to educate others, because I do think that it just provides an alternative method for educating people that isn't, just replicating what traditional education attempts to do. But
It's on
my
my
quick
coffee
response
table
is,
right now.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
hey,
a great read.
so yeah, man. Well, definitely Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Recommend that. I think to also answer that question, Amanda, one of the things that really matters when you're doing political education, and I'll specifically talk about doing political education with young men, right? I don't care how cold your political education program is, how cold your analysis is. I don't care how sharp your theoretical whatever is. Don't none of that shit work if you don't deal with what they have going on in their relationships
Yeah,
first,
fact,
right?
fact.
Like don't none of it work, right? Like so again, right? Like we saw D Steele on there coming from the Social Justice Learning Institute, right? We when I was working over there, and what they still do now is work with young men of color, right? Black boys in particular, and especially Black boys who have been systems impacted, right? And when I say systems impacted, I mean these are young folks in the foster care system, young folks in the juvenile justice system,
Yeah.
people who have been incarcerated before, et cetera, right? Like, again, we were able to work with these young bros to do research projects to change policy at the city level, the county level, and the state level. But that doesn't happen when we just go in and start yelling at folks saying, hey, this is shit you need to learn to change your community. Nah, first it's, hey, who are you? How do you define yourself?
Exactly.
Second,
Exactly.
what are some of the things that you have been through that have helped you become who you are today? Third, hey, let's take some of that blame off of you because it wasn't your fault that your brother got shot and you tripped over his body. Now I'm saying it wasn't your fault, right, that you live in a community where the police are more interested in harming you than helping you, right? Like it wasn't your fault, right, that you have to go so far to a grocery store, right? But if you wanted to get bad food, right, it's right there. That wasn't your fault, brother, right? Like, and having to walk people out of that shame and that trauma and being able to address that trauma first and foremost, that is where you start the conversation because now the history is going to make sense.
Exactly.
Right? Like, and
well, how did you all? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, my bad. I was gonna say, like, especially when we start talking about like talking to young bros about patriarchy, talking to young bros about sexual violence, talking to young bros
Yeah.
about how do you show up as an ally for women, talking to young bros about how do we not, project and portray heteronormativity, right? Like, when we start talking about those kind of things too, if you don't start with talking to the bros about themselves, again, I'm telling you, it's not gonna work, right? It's not.
I was in a class in grad school where we went to Rikers, to the juvenile center at Rikers to teach poetry. And the first day of the class, one of the cats in there was clearly the coldest because everybody was like, man, tell Saquon, do your thing, Saquon, come on, Saquon. Saquon was like, nah, chill. And so everybody was on it. Finally, I was like, come on, Saquon, you know how much BS we went through to get in here? He was like, you know how much BS I went through to get in here?
Exactly.
Touche, Saquon, touche.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Precisely.
Go ahead.
Precisely.
But I would love to hear from you all. You said, that you're not going to really get anywhere unless you find out like what got them here. So I would love to know like what shaped you all to be interested in doing this work and to find yourself in this space as your, sense of purpose. Don't talk over each other. Don't talk over each other. It's too much.
You see, we give a lot of space. We pause to see who wants to go first. This is like a team dynamic with all of our team. I mean, I'm happy to jump in first and say that I've had a lot of different, I've been system impacted by a lot of different things. My pops was incarcerated from the point when I was 2 up until I was 26. He actually just got out in 2019. Had lots of interactions with law enforcement. And I think the combination of those things, plus just seeing my mom have to work like 2 to 3 jobs her entire life to provide, I think, all of the seeds were there for me to become like abolitionist and, anti-capitalist and so on.
I mean, it could have gone the other way.
It could have gone the other way, absolutely. And I think that the 2 things that were extremely helpful for my journey is like, one, I'm a reader. I'm a very curious person. So like, even on my desk right here, I got like my 5 books that I'm, reading in the moment. And then secondly, there were a lot of people who quite frankly did a lot of hand-holding and supported me along the way, because I would not say that I didn't come out the womb radical. I don't believe that any of us have. And there were a lot of people who were patient with me, who pushed me. You came out radical.
I did.
Some people do. Some people do. I shouldn't be so absolute about it.
I really came out like, what the hell's going on out here?
Yeah. I'll acknowledge that it took me some time, just because, like I grew up in a family that I think wanted me to like be colorblind and and those sorts of things.
In LA?
San Diego is where I grew up.
San Diego's an interesting place.
Yeah, San Diego is a real interesting place.
It's
super
like militarized.
Exactly. It's actually extremely segregated still. So I think that
and food either, by the way.
What do you say that again?
It doesn't really have good food.
Oh, hold on, man.
Maybe I was in the wrong place. Because I went down there and visited my homegirl, and she took me to some real bullshit, like 3 different places of bullshit. And I was like, damn, like this was going on in San Diego? So,
Amanda, I'll tell you this. We have the best Mexican food in the entire country. Okay. And so okay, as long as we agree about that,
listen, the salsa tasted like New York City. Like that's what it felt like. And I was like, how is this happening in San Diego? Like we are essentially in Tijuana, and this is not what it is. So I was in the wrong place. The best food
you in the wrong place. Like I grew up 5 minutes from the border, so like I've been filled with amazing Mexican food, barbecue, all that other stuff. Like I will not defend anything else from San Diego as long as we can acknowledge the Mexican food.
It's Mexicans. It's Mexico.
It's
San Diego.
Exactly. So as long as we can get that, I know LA people in the chat are probably mad because this is a debate that we sometimes have, but.
It's a foolish debate.
Yes.
It's a foolish debate. It's literally, it's Mexico. I mean, that's it. If they move the wall a couple feet,
Yeah.
your name would be, Eric. Like it wouldn't get out.
Yeah.
Enrique. Your name would be Enrique if they moved the wall
Enrique, yep.
10 feet. Okay. Shit. Enrique
Yeah.
Morrison Sanchez is more like it. So, Dago. Okay. Now, what about you?
That's hilarious. Yeah, I'm from Inglewood.
I was born in Daniel Freeman Hospital.
Hey, wait, you said where?
I was born in the former Daniel Freeman Hospital before it was torn down.
Oh shit, that's dope. Hey.
Yeah.
Okay.
I lived in Inglewood until my mother got robbed. And then she was like, we're moving to Van Nuys. And then she got robbed there too. So
damn.
So then we moved to Granada Hills.
I was gonna be like, man, I would apologize, but I'm like, I definitely wasn't there for that. But you know, like,
it's fine, it's cool.
But people I know about it, so I'm like, I don't know. But yeah, man. I mean, I think similar to Eric, right? Like the conditions, right? You know, is one thing. But also, I think, you know, to Eric's point, right? Like, you know, watching these things happen to family, watching it happen to people in my community, right? Like, you know, that's one thing. But then, like, learning I could do something about it is when things change for me. I had this.
Oh, there you go. I'm talking right now.
I had this really.
You speak like a paper. Did you know that? Has anyone ever told you that? You speak like a paper. You set it up, and then you set the thesis, and then you prove it. And if I would just shut up, I'm like, he's gonna prove it. He just set it up.
I'm sorry. It's
don't apologize. What are you apologizing for?
We good. But yeah, man, I had this English teacher. I mean, you know this. You spent time in New York. He was a 5%er. By the name of
science.
Exactly, right? By the name of Mr. Cedric Robbins at Morningside High School in Inglewood, California. And he had us reading Pedagogy of the Oppressed. He had us reading, you know, Carter G. Woods' Miseducation of the Negro in the 11th grade, right? And, you know, I was over here, I'm just like, oh shit. So you mean to tell me like all this bullshit we learned in class, like it's just to deposit information back on the test? Got it. Oh, you mean to tell me, right, that like the way how they're teaching black people, they're training black people is specifically to maintain white power? That makes so much sense, right? Like, and again, now this is a little 11th grade, 12th grade me, right? You know, I'm trying to hoop and all kind of other shit, right? Like, you know, that's my whole, like that's my whole trajectory. And then, right, like, you know, hooping don't work out the way it's supposed to. I end up going to Cal State Dominguez Hills. Now I meet this other brother with an afro named Professor Claybrook at Cal State Dominguez Hills. Now I'm taking his classes.
Professor Claybrook. Okay, Mr. Clark.
And he's from Compton, know what I'm saying? You know, so like this brother from Compton, I'm from Inglewood. I was taking a class for him. I'm like, oh, this shit is dope, right? And then the next Africana Studies class I take is with a former child soldier from Zimbabwe. Rest in peace, Dr. Menashe Perusa. Know what I'm saying? Like, so again, right? Like these are the folks, right, who are politicizing me, right? And you know, I'm learning so much about like not only the information that's happening and things that's happening in the United States, but stuff that's happening globally, right? Like he was connecting, right, like the things that were happening to young people, right, on the continent of Africa, right, to George Jackson, know what I'm saying? And you know, like being able to understand how those kind of conditions were the same kind of conditions I was raised in, like changed how I saw the world. And
you didn't have a choice.
Hey, look, I'm telling you, right?
And you were like literally sent. Like if you were in a pinball machine, like all of those professors were the ones that was like, nope. This where you going. This where you going. This where you going.
And then my junior year, I get connected with Derek and them that was in the chat at SJLI. This is back in 2000.
SJLI, San Jose.
The Social Justice Learning Institute. So I get connected with that organization. It's like 2011, 2012, right? Like, and we're working with the Young Bros on that campaign to bring $90 million to Inglewood Unified School District, right? That they were able to do through not only organizing, but also a tool that we call youth participatory action research, where instead of doing research on young people, you do research with young people, right? And yeah, right. Like, look, I'm telling you, like the shit, it changed my life. It changed my life because I'm like, oh shit, not only can I learn about these conditions, but I can work with people in my community collectively to research and change them. Oh, fuck that. This is what I'm doing for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
So here we are.
Incredible. I'm so happy to have y'all here, because when I hear the rhetoric of Black people are the problem, Black people aren't doing anything, Black people are, and I hear this from Black people, I say, you don't know the right Black people. Right? Yeah. Because the truth is that one, we're not a monolith, because there are so many Black folks that are deeply committed to this work and actually would love to have more people spreading the word about this work being done, and that it is not a hopeless, hapless venture, right? That it is not an effort of futility, because that's the other part of it. It's like the cynicism comes on the other side. It's, oh, you know, you Black people, why can't you do this? And then when Black people start doing stuff, they like, oh my God, y'all always doing something. And I'm like, I don't, what is really, you know, when I see Black politicians, I just see politicians at this point, because I don't feel like they're actively, it's a rare find. And you proved it when you were like, yeah, about 4-5 actually trying to, because it's counterintuitive to be a politician that's in support of organizers, because it renders their job irrelevant. Ultimately, they just become secretaries for the people, which is what they actually are supposed to be. But that's another conversation for another time. Like, your only job as a politician to me should be what y'all need. Got it.
Exactly.
Y'all, that's what my people need. Hey, don't your people need that too? We should do, that's to me. Instead, they're like, okay, so how can I get a check? So how can people support you? Is it, whether it be monetarily, through their bodies, in terms of like showing up to be a part of the alliance, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, so I mean, if they check out our website, www.abmoc.org. You know, there's a way you can volunteer with us. You can definitely donate. You know, those things are always extremely helpful, because like a lot of the money that we get, we're also giving to grassroots organizers to engage in the state policy and, you know, support with their local campaigns. And then, just like we do actions at the Capitol. You know, we have events that are going on. We're doing political education. So I would just say tap in and, you know, really support with the work that we got going on. And then wherever you are, like I know a lot of people might not be, you know, in California, but just like tap in with local organizations that are doing the work. Like, again, you know, our power has to be organized with masses of people. So I would just say, like, wherever you're at, even if you're not supporting us, tap in with the local organization that's doing some solid work, you know, in your hometown, and, you know, just get involved.
You know, as the brother Alhaj Malik Shabazz once said, it's not that we are outnumbered. It's that we are out organized.
Exactly.
I see you in your glasses, Dr. Turner.
Nah, I was just gonna say I really appreciate the full name. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to just saying Malcolm X.
The brother went all the way to Hajj. You know, he went all the way to Mecca to become Alhaj Malik Shabazz. What kind of disrespect would I be serving to now be calling him Malcolm X? You know, his mama called him Clay. His mama called him Clay. I'm gonna call him Clay. What kind of bullshit is that?
That's a fact. Yep.
So,
That's funny.
Thank y'all so much. Congratulations on when did you get this PhD?
Oh man, that was 2021. I have been.
So then you just don't update your Instagram page, because I want y'all to go to Dr. Turner's Instagram page though, because the photo shoot is dope.
Hey, well, first shout out to the homie Pierre who did the photo shoot. It was crazy.
Pierre was snapping.
But also, right, like, I mean, that's up there for my little homies, right? You know, because like I rode the same buses they rode. I played ball at the same places they played ball. I got chased out of the same places they got chased out of. Nah, like just throughout being a teenager.
No, I'm saying, were you a center?
For high school, travel balls a 4 or 3.
He's a good hooper.
Yeah, I mean,
anybody who just casually bring up basketball, I'm like, they're a hooper.
Yeah. And you can't tell, but David's like 6'6", like you know,
Can't
you
tell.
can't tell. Okay,
That's why I
big
asked
folks
if he's
can't
a
my
five.
bad, my bad.
I actually can't tell. That's why I didn't ask if he was a point.
Yeah,
Oh no,
yeah.
I was not running point. But nah, man, but but just like I keep that up there, right? Because again, right, like the academy tries to like take your personality out of you and take your sort of hoodness out of you to be
Yeah.
brought into
Yep.
right, like with the
Refinement.
university or academic structure. And nah, I ain't here for none of that, right? Like, I'm David Turner from Inglewood, California, grew up in the bottoms, right? Like, and like I like that is up there so that way those young folks, right, who I organized with and worked with, right, like you can see the tattoos, you can see the Crenshaw shirt, you can see all these other things because it's like, nah, fam, like I am you know what I'm saying? And like you don't have to hide who you are, right, to do things for your community.
Well,
So
shout
yeah,
out to Orlando because he did hyperlink your Instagram page in the chat. So if you guys want to be
Lord
inspired,
Jesus,
go check that out.
Hey,
Thank you
get
all so
prepared, David.
much for joining us and for sharing with us. And thank you for your service, because what you are doing is the work that we talk about all the time that needs to get done, and it's not heralded enough. So we appreciate you.
Absolutely. No,
Thanks for having
appreciate
us
you,
on.
family.
Yeah.
Bye, y'all. Look at us. Great guests. Great guests. Are y'all still with us? We are entering. It is damn, we done ended the third hour and been kept on moving. We're about to be in the fourth hour. So we got some stuff going on for the rest of the show. We're going to talk about Target. We're going to talk about the global strike for Gaza. We're also going to do a critical thinking exercise where we're going to talk about what is a Black radical? What is the Black radical tradition? So we're going to pick back up with our Black Curate news stories and talk about Texas. Are y'all still with us? I want to find out where everybody's coming from. Hey, 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 hey. We are halfway through and it's time to check in to find out where all of y'all are tuning in. Said AmandaLanders here to learn. Drop in and tell me where you're watching from. Come on, come on, come on, come on, Chicago. Hey. AmandaLanders here to learn. Drop in and tell me where you're watching from. We got Mexico, University Place, Oklahoma, Rockland County, New York, Hawaii, Atlanta, Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas, Hartford, Connecticut, Houston, Texas, New Orleans, Tokyo is still rocking with us, Shibuya, the fascist non-state of DC. Shout out to Elijah. We got Brandon, Manitoba, Dublin, Ireland, Duval. We got QU, TFT, PA, and Kansas City. We got Denmark, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Durban, South Africa. That's a first. Durban is a first. We got Seattle, Washington. Detroit is still rocking with us. We got LA, the BX, Seattle again, Orange, California, Arizona, Brooklyn. We got Orlando. Shout to the 407. Leominster, Massachusetts with Felicia. We got Madison, Wisconsin. Shout out to Naptown. We got the Cayman Islands, Puerto Rico, Nigeria, and Miami. AmandaLanders here to learn. Thank you for telling me where you're watching from. Yeah. Adrian, to answer your question, you are the only person who turned in the assignment. So we are going to show your assignment later in the show. Adrian is the only person who turned in the assignment. Y'all stay coming through asking for the link, wasting Sandy's time. And then nobody turned in the assignment. You all turned it in? Okay, then we have a confusion now. Okay, wait. There's confusion. There is confusion. Cassie, did you just tell me to look in the folder? Did you just say look in the folder? Do you think that I didn't look in the folder? So, all right. Me and Sandy are going to need to work that out because it seems like it's a tech issue. Looks like it's a tech issue. So we're going to have to get into that. Okay. Now I will play Adrian's today just because she be asking every week. So I'm gonna just play Adrian's today, but we will look into everybody else's because we need to figure this out. We need to solve the mystery. Because I asked Sandy this morning, I said, were there only three submissions? And she said yes. So we're both confused. We are both confused. And now I just said I could pretend it was a tech issue. And that's why mine didn't go in. So we're going to have to figure that out. So we will solve that issue. It may require you to upload it again, but we're going to get it correct. All right. We're going to get it correct. Now, this week, before we get into some Black Urine news, want to let y'all know about this week's episode of Small Doses Podcast. So basically, when we were doing the everyday show, the Monday through Wednesday shows, we really had a great segment that I'm going to continue to bring back, which is Black Around the World, where we have folks come on who have immigrated out of the United States to live in other countries. And one of our guests was Martin Sims. So he was talking to us about moving to Mexico. But while he was in the conversation about Mexico, he started talking to us about neuroscience. And I don't know how we got on that topic, but once we did, y'all, he put us on. He put us on so much that I ended up playing his interview about neuroscience for this week's episode of Small Doses Podcast, Side Effects of Neuroscience Can Save Relationships. Let's check out a clip.
2019, I started going to therapy when she was pregnant with the baby because I tore my ACL the same weekend I found out she was pregnant with the baby. So I'm like, it's a lot going on here mentally, physically, and we're preparing for a baby. So we started in therapy, and my therapist was trying to tell me about disassociation. And I had no idea what disassociation was. I considered it nonchalant, right? Like, this is just me not caring about what's going on. And so she like trying to break down disassociation to me, and I'm not really liking what she's saying. So
why aren't you liking what she's saying?
Because it's about me. Like, I'm dissociative. I'm the one with the disassociation.
Oh, problem. You didn't like what she was saying because it was accurate.
Well, because if you in a therapy session, sometimes it's like you getting jumped. You feel me? Like in a couples therapy, it's like both of them against me. Like, so it was that.
Was it accurate? Martin, was it accurate?
Absolutely, but it was.
Absolutely. Let's check out another clip.
Call it a window of tolerance. Your window of tolerance is like this. Like, this is everything in between my hands is what you can tolerate. If it's above this, then it's arousal response. If it's below this, it ends up being a flight or freeze response. If you go below the window of tolerance, you end up disassociating. You go above it, it could be a verbal lashing out. It could be physically doing something. At the end of the day, you've gotten outside of your window of tolerance, and your response to that is something that doesn't fit the actual space. If people were able to open up their window of tolerance through regulation, through constant regulation, then they'll have a better resilient nervous system to be able to deal with some of the stressors that are a part of life. What happens is when we have too many stressors over and over again without being able to get back to a baseline, which is where regulation is, it's a baseline. And so if you can't get back to the baseline, that becomes chronic stress. And then we start having these ailments like cancer, like diabetes, all the things that the top 5 things that kill us literally are byproducts of us not being in a window of tolerance.
So a lot of people were saying that when they were watching me on Surrounded, they were like, wow, like you kept your cool. And I didn't keep my cool the whole time. But I will say that my window of tolerance has really expanded because I have removed a lot of stressors from my life. And I've also changed the way that I exist in my life. So I used to have a very constant need to be productive. I used to feel like I was always trying to I was always chasing something that honestly I didn't know at the time, but that I was never going to get. I also was in a relationship where their window of tolerance was even smaller than mine. And so there was always this on edge element, right? I have a mother who behaves in a fashion that is really like unwieldy. So there's always kind of like this, are you going to act up today? Are you going to act up today? So my window of tolerance was really low. And over time and changing my surroundings and continuing with therapy and reading, I really began to expand my window of tolerance. And I also was able to expand my window of tolerance by being better at understanding what I need to regulate by self-diagnosing as autistic. And when I self-diagnosed as autistic, it was as if I had literally found a skeleton key to unlocking all these doors in my existence that behind them held all the keys to how I can live in this particular realm in a way that is not constantly feeling like I'm being attacked, right? Because that's the thing that so many of us exist in all the time. This feeling of like we are constantly on edge, like we're constantly attacked, like our nerves are always like, ee, 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 ee. And so once I started doing that work and getting to really understand that best, man, listen, it really changed how I was taking in the world. And I was able to see people with more space between us in terms of not space in terms of our connectivity, but space in terms of like them as danger. Maybe the better way to say it is it shifted the space between me and people as it shifted it from an oppositional space to a connective space. And the shift from an oppositional space to a connective space is 1000% going to change the way you exist in every part of your life. Every part of your life. And when people are in a space that feels always like an oppositional space, even after you change, then it's time for you to get out that space. It's time for you to get out that space. That's why I say one of the easiest ways to figure out who should be around you is to show vulnerability. And if in showing that vulnerability, they come back with an oppositional energy, distance. Was I able to locate the root of my previous need to always be productive? Was it associated with acceptance, judgment, or something else? I think it was largely associated with the fact that as a child, I was really commended for being super smart, super prolific. Like I was really good at school, but I was also really shaded for being hypersensitive, for being super inquisitive. So it was like, okay, well, if I just keep doing this, then that's where I'm going to get the love and the support and the attention. So I just kept being like a super productive I'm just a really overachieving person. And I talk on my morning musings on Patreon this morning. I talk about how, I've really over time begun to just wish we could just exist. I feel like we're always in a state of aspiration. Right there, and I don't know if it's like that everywhere, but it definitely feels like here in the United States, we're just always in a state of aspiration. Like, even if it's like, I aspire to not have to work. It's like, it's always, right? Like, it's always a state of aspiration. And, some days I try and tell myself, some days I really am just like, don't aspire today. Like, just be. And that's like a huge leap. That's a huge leap. Like, I feel like there's something really liberatory in being able to do that. And I know that that is privilege that's gotten me to that point. But of course, I work to hopefully get us to a world where it's not privilege that gets us to that point. Right. When I was going, it was so hard for me to just live. Like, I used to literally just write like signs and put them around my house that say just live. Because I could not just live. For those of us who are constantly in a state of misunderstanding, you are always having to explain yourself, which also feels like aspiration, right? So there's a constant just feeling like you are constantly having to combust. You're constantly combusting. So, for the last 2 days, to be quite honest, I've kind of been in a haze, and I gotta let y'all know, I really appreciate that I was able to come and do this show today. It really took me out of this kind of like stasis that this Surrounded episode had kind of like stuck me in, because I don't know if you all know this, but if you're an empath, like, you can feel everything, right? Like, the fact of being an empath is that you feel it all. So even if I'm not looking at the chats, I can feel that there's a lot of talking about me happening. There's a lot of energy that is being directed towards me. I can feel that. And I wasn't really like managing it well. And shout out to those who check on me. I'm an only child, so I love a check-in. Ooh, I love a check-in. And my mom has really been on one right now, so I'm not in alignment with my mother right now. So having the friendship association check-ins has really been helpful, because that's something that I was lacking. And that I needed, because I wasn't really I was just kind of stuck. Now, I do want to let y'all know that people pressed me to make some merch in response to Surrounded. And so I listened, okay? And I created some merch. Now, if you want to get you some, hold on. So let's talk about this Surrounded merch. So this first shirt that I designed got me in the middle. It says "Surrounded by Ignorance." Now, I know it's me right there, but I know that y'all relate to this, because this is where we be existing so much these days, surrounded by ignorance. And the face I'm making is what I know so many of you all are also making. This shirt is available at AmandaLand Exports. All right. Go to AmandaLandExports.com. It is available until August 22nd. It is only available until August 22nd. All right. So go to AmandaLandExports.com. So then we have the next shirt, which is "I need you to get to the point." I need you to get to the point. Okay. Because I feel like we are just in this constant cycle of people just talking out they butt, out they neck. It's so much pontificating that is going on. Everybody is trying to consider themselves a journalist, a therapist, an activist, a scholar, an academic. And it's like, you're just talking. Please get to the point. Get to the point. And if you notice, this is a very basic tee. Ain't a lot of bells, whistles, red writing, white outline. Because honestly, I wanted the words to themselves. Get to the point. Last but not least, Amanda over everybody. Now, some might say, Amanda, this is a really self-centered shirt. You're right. You're right. Because you know what? I've taken a lot of hits, particularly in the last 2 years. I've taken a lot of hits. And I believe that I should be protected. I believe that I should be preserved. And those who came before us and publicly speak for us the way that I do did not get protected. They were not preserved in the way that they should have been. And now we uplift them as martyrs, but we don't change how we deal with the folks who are living like them. Instead, we are continuing the practice of vilifying them, of expecting some incapable sense of perfection that is really just reflective of your own personal idealism. And we're not really doing the work of really just trying to learn from them about the work that they're doing so that we can identify, well, man, if they're doing that, let me think about what I can be doing. So Amanda over everybody is my shirt that says, you rock with a real one. And, we don't flinch when people wear jerseys with a nigga name on the back just because they could throw a ball through a hoop. So I don't think that you should flinch for wearing me on the front and saying, you know what, I rock with my sis. I also know that she has flaws. And I don't even know if we're going to call them flaws. She is a human. She reacts to things. She has a history of existence that lives within her body in a chemistry fashion. She has cortisol responses. And I will give her the grace because I know that she will take accountability, because I know that she is dealing with a lot all the time. And because I want her to feel good, because she wants us to feel good. You can get all of these shirts at AmandaLandExports.com. Okay. So there's that. Y'all ready to continue the show? I said, are y'all ready to continue the show? All right. I'm going to put your comments on the stage, and we are going to continue with some more Blackurate news.
Blackurate news. Politics. Blackurate news. Pop. Culture. Blackurate news. Sports. Blackurate news. Justice.
All right, let's take it down to Tejas, y'all. Let's take it down to Tejas. So, I don't know if y'all been paying attention, but there's been a lot going on in Texas around congressional redistricting. Say that. Congressional redistrict. Congressional redistricting maps. Congressional redistricting maps. There we go. Okay. There's been a lot of work around congressional, a lot of shady work around congressional redistricting maps, to the point where they have effectively kidnapped one of the Texas state representatives, Nicole Collier, who literally spent the night in the Texas Capitol. Not one night, but 2 nights. And when I say she spent the night, I'm saying she spent the night. Now, of course, we do know that this was a very put together picture by her aides, clearly, because Democrats can never just do something organically. Nonetheless, there is something absolutely absurd to the fact that she had to sleep in the Capitol. Amanda, why did she have to sleep in the Capitol? All right, let me take you back. Okay. There's a midterm coming up. In the midterm for this upcoming election, all of the House seats in Congress are up for re-election. Currently, there is a very minimal majority in the House. There is a concern that because of great dissension amongst people in their town halls, amongst people on the internet, amongst people in the streets, that the Republicans will not be able to effectively hold their seats in Congress, which would upend the fascist takeover that is being done. Were this to happen, we would now have an actual majority of Democrats in Congress. Now, that would mean that the House Speaker of the House would be Hakeem Jeffries, who we all know ain't nothing but a little APAC biatch. Nonetheless, the Democrats would slow the process of fascism. Ultimately, I don't believe they would stop it. That being said, they don't even want there to be any slowness. So Republicans are doing their best to add seats to Congress. In order to add seats to Congress, you have to change the amount of districts that exist in a state. Because when you hear the terms congressional districts, that means there is a member that is representative for that district. This is where we get into gerrymandering. Gerrymandering is the work of switching around districts in a fashion that favors a particular party. Now, for what it's worth, a few years ago, the Democrats did bring to the table a bill that would remove gerrymandering as a practice, and every single Republican voted against it. Now, we know that Texas is not the only state that can be doing these redistricting. If we want to add seats, there are other states that have Democratic governors that can actually push this through. So we have Illinois with Pritzker, and we have California with Newsom, who are actively working to try to challenge this by doing the same thing Texas is doing in their own states. For what it's worth, nobody should be doing this. Okay? Nobody should be doing this. However, we do not live in a real democracy, so it is no surprise that that is what's happening. Fast forward, Texas is the most ahead in this process. They actually have a vote on the floor that's happening today. They went in session at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Now, in this case, they want to add 5 seats to Congress through their redistricting process. They were about to vote on it, but they did not have quorum. Somebody tell me what quorum means, and we'll come back to it. But go in the chat and tell me what quorum means. We've done it before. We're going to do it again. What does quorum mean? Quorum was not able to be met because the Democrats bounced. The Democrats fled the state and refused to come back because they said this is unconstitutional. This cannot be heard. This cannot be allowed. And this has to be stopped. Fatima, as usual, quick-witted. A quorum is the minimum number of members of an assembly or society that must be present at any of its meetings to make the proceedings of that meeting valid. So depending on how many members of a House of Representatives there are will determine what is quorum. In Texas, they have been actively doing things to create a supermajority of Republicans. However, they still could not reach quorum without Democrats. So now you have these Democrats who are fugitives of the law, according to Governor Hot Wheels Abbott, saying, you know, they are going to get arrested if they don't come back, which is absolutely unfathomably true. But what did happen is that they then changed their payments to paper checks instead of direct deposit. And they were Democrats that came back in order to get their check. When they came back to get their check from the House, they were told that they cannot leave again unless they sign a permission slip and agree to being surveilled by law enforcement to prevent their leaving the state again. Nicole Collier was one of the Democrats that came back. She is a Fort Worth representative, and she refused to sign this permission slip. Because she refused to sign it, they said, well, you can't leave until you do. This is kidnapping, by the way. And thus, she spent the night in the House. Now, there were folks that came and protested, and let's watch it. Oh, actually, that's the wrong video. So there were folks that came and protested this naturally and said, this is absolutely ridiculous. She needs to be set free. She needs to be set free.
A black woman, I'm sorry? Hispanic woman. Why I'm a senator?
I know, but I'm assuming that they're wanting to go to jail, and that's why we announced.
Like, I don't know.
One of those people was Megan Toy. Megan Toy was right here on Views from AmandaLand a few weeks ago. And Megan Toy told me that essentially they were escorted out and the cops were there in a massive amount of numbers compared to the people that were there. Now, Megan was also talking about how she felt like certain media channels were misrepresenting what took place. Megan is a fire starter. Megan is a spark. And we are going to see so much from organizer Megan Toy moving forward. And I was so glad that she tagged me to share with her and to collaborate with her on her post about this on the Instagrams. Let me also say that I am really glad that I came back to Instagram in this time. You know, I left for a very particular reason and I came back for a very particular reason. And coming back, I have been in so much deeper connection with other people who are leftists, with other people who are organizers, with other people who are elevating the work, which is why you see them represented here on this show every week. So shout out to Meg. Now, when someone says this is American, that is absolutely incorrect. That is not American. This idea that protesting is somehow only that somehow is American is, I need it to stop because it's a misappropriation of something that is just human. The reality is that humans do not be just taking anything. Okay. And if you are a human with a conscience, you're not going to take anything, even if it's not about you. So the United States being like this bastion for protests when it consistently suppresses protests is something I would love for us to stop regurgitating. It's not. It actually goes around the globe suppressing protests. Okay? So like, let's cut it out. It's not true. It's not factual. And it's really just not helpful. So let's get back to Texas. So now you have other Texas representatives who spent the night last night and refused to continue being surveilled. Now, I don't know what is the status as we are recording right now with this vote. I don't know if they've even taken the vote, because a lot of times with situations like this, they will leave it until the end of the session. But what I will say is that even though I am very critical of Democrats, this is a scenario where I am glad they are at least doing this, putting themselves in discomfort. And some people might say, well, but they're elected officials. You know, the masses are in discomfort. The masses are in discomfort. And one of the things that was really standing out to me about the conversation that we had with David and Eric, who were just on talking about the alliance of Black men and men of color, is they said we cannot do any coalition building. We cannot make any shifts of change if we do not build any level of trust. And we build that by spending time together, by talking about what's going on with each other, etc. The politicians that behave like politicians do not do any of that. Public servants are the ones who do that. They're the ones who canvass and who go and have office hours and have forums to hear about their community. They don't do enough, in my opinion, of also sharing themselves and their vulnerability. However, that is how we will continue these efforts. That's the only way. Connectivity and empathy. I will talk about empathy later when I reference Mark Lamont Hill and Joe Budden and other things. So here we are. And the Democrats bounced also to give California and Illinois an opportunity to get things in motion. To my knowledge, California is close to getting their redistricting maps in order and getting a quorum to vote on it. So we will see. We will see. And I think it's what we are seeing in general is the flimsiness of this thing that people love to call democracy. The fact that this can be done so casually should give you every indication that we are not in an actual democracy. These switches and flips and hydraulics being done to redistricting, how is this possible? And we also have to acknowledge that this is all happening within the context of the Supreme Court about to rule on the Voting Rights Act of 1965, officially like pretty much being completely gutted. Pre-clearance was removed in 2003. And now here we are. And we're seeing that this man, Donald Trump, who said, you guys won't ever have to vote again. He's seeing that possibly play out. He's not lying about these things because he is not the one making them happen. And he tells you, he snitches on his squad all the time.
During the war, you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good.
Okay, so let's clear this up first. You absolutely can have elections during a war, and the United States has had elections during a war. I will give you some examples of the United States having elections during war. So you have The War of 1812. James Madison was elected. It was not officially war, but it was war. And then he got elected and was like, okay, war on. 1864. Abraham Lincoln won during the Civil War. During the Civil War. The Union was winning. That's why he won. 1916, Woodrow Wilson. World War I was going on. Woodrow Wilson was like, don't worry, y'all. We ain't jumping in that. That's they fight. We not jumping in that. A year later, squad up. They sunk the Lusitania, which we all know was some BS. And next thing you know, racist, booty ass Woodrow Wilson had the United States in another war. Then you got the 30s and 40s. The Depression, World War II. FDR did 4 terms as president with his racist booty. That's where redlining came from, by the way. Part of the New Deal. And then in 1984, the U.S. was in the midst of the Cold War. Please watch The Americans. Shout out to Kerry Russell, Felicity. And Ronald Reagan was elected. So him saying these things is just things that people repeat, but they're not true. They are not true. He also ran on a platform of, I will not take us to war. He was the no war president. Biden is the war president. So when we see these things, you have to remember that like the people that were on Surrounded, like they see those things and they're like, yeah, I'll go repeat that because I just saw this person that I trust say it. So yeah, I like that y'all are liking my verbalizing today. So no, you should. So yes, you should be concerned when Donald Trump says, oh, there's not going to be any elections during a war, because he's setting up to set a precedent that, by the way, has not yet been set. Speaking of Democrats, meanwhile, here's what the Democrats in North Carolina are doing. They are expanding ICE and arming teachers. In a historic move, Democrats joined Republicans to override 8 of North Carolina Governor Stein's vetoes of legislation on immigration detention, arming school staff, slashing environmental protections, and more. I really, a Democrat representative, Carla Cunningham, said that immigrants are destabilizing communities. This is what I mean when I say that anybody that in 2025 who is saying just vote for Democrats, continue to be a Democrat, vote blue no matter who, anybody who is saying that does not understand the levels of what is actually taking place. They are speaking on a very shallow level. When I did Surrounded, I knew that those people are people who speak on a very shallow level. Later, I will provide some more context to why it is imperative in this particular moment in time to put together people who speak on a very shallow level with people who are very deep. But first, let's go to another story. And let's talk about how Target is going broke. Yes, y'all. Target going broke. Now, see, when they got rid of DEI, folks was like, we're not going to Target no more. Other people were like, it's not going to do nothing. Other people were like, whatever. Well, it's working. Target CEO Brian Cornell stepped down amidst a 19% profit fall after they ended DEI initiatives. And they also had a 27% stock plunge. He was replaced by Michael Fidelki, another white man. Influencers are working with Target? What? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's nuts. I can't wrap my head around that. But yeah. So what do you guys think? Are you guys going to Target? Do you feel like this type of drop in funds is a significant win? Does it give you any level of encouragement to support boycotts? Do you still feel like boycotts are pointless or that Americans can't boycott? What are your thoughts? Kai Sanat did a drop. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Aurora says there's a huge rebranding happening amongst many corporations. Kimberly said, I never shop at Target. I boycott them. Whitwaters874 says Target cutting checks and some people are accepting them. I love y'all talking about Target. Target who? I don't know her. I don't know her. Brandon said they threatening to close my red card. I'm like, do it. Captain Jess said, I support the effort, but I think maybe this one isn't my mission. Well, does it need to be a mission? I feel like it doesn't require much effort other than just not supporting Target. Dolly says boycotting is literally one of the only ways we can use our power right now. And Miss Brown Sugar Soul says all of these companies act alike. None of them like us. You ain't never tell a lie. Golden One said, I only go to Target for the grocery section, only when I absolutely have to, no other choice. So that's the level of boycott that I have with Target. I try my best to not have to go to Target. I've had to go 3 times in the last month, and I didn't go at all in like the last year. But I will also say that I have gone to Target one of those 3 times, went in, and left without buying anything. Do you remember that? Do you remember how difficult it was to go to Target and actually only get the thing that you wanted? I went in and I went out and I didn't buy anything. And I got to tell you, it doesn't look the same. Target used to be that girl. And it really, at this point, looks like a TJ Maxx. It definitely looks like a TJ Maxx. So I like this thought process. Dolly said participation over perfection. Fair enough. Can you hit it 80% of the time? Thank you. Thanks for rocking out. So Target, yeah, it's so cheap looking now. It's like Zara. I haven't been into a Zara in a long time, but the last time I was in one, I was like, ew, what's going on in here? Why is this like this? Y'all need to get it together. Yes, Target is looking like Kmart. I used to love me at Kmart, y'all. Shout out to all my Cali people. I used to love me at Pick and Save as well. Not Tara said, we need a FUBU Mart. You ain't never lie. But then, we need a FUBU Mart that doesn't operate on capitalist mindset. That's the thing. It's a FUBU Mart that doesn't operate on a solely capitalist mindset. Right? That has like other aspects to it. So like y'all may look at my AmandaLand exports and be like, but that's a capitalist mindset. It's like, yeah, but that's a part of Smart Funny and Black Productions. Smart Funny and Black Productions as a company does not operate on a capitalist mindset. It has a multi-pronged approach. There are aspects of my company that are solely and completely about providing free content for the people. There are aspects of my company that are constantly providing funding for all different types of work of, I don't like the word charity, but for all different types of support, etc. And there are aspects of my company that are literally just for the goal of how do we make more spaces for people to make more space for people. There's that. So let's talk about boycotting as we get into a conversation about Ghassa. Now, if you've been paying attention, because they definitely love to distract, what's going on in Ghassa has elevated. And it is really no secret that they are stepping up and ramping up the work to annex Gaza. So people have been working to create a global strike for Gaza that starts tomorrow, and that would happen every Thursday. And so the way this is working, well, let me first say this. The global economic strike is global. And this is something that Bisan has put out into the world that people are picking up and saying, you know what, we are in support of this. They're calling for a global economic strike that would start Thursday, the 21st, will go every Thursday thereafter. They're calling on groups, organizations, and unions everywhere to join this strike. So we know that economies measure daily throughput. Economies measure daily throughput in sectors such as retail. Sorry, I'm messing up. Economies measure daily throughput in sectors such as retail, hospitality, transport, and utilities. Throughput is who is moving through these sectors. Any shock in these areas creates ripples that appear in quarterly reports, especially if repeated. For instance, in the United States, daily consumer spending averages 45 to 50 billion. However, if just 5% of consumers withheld their spending for one day, that would translate into a 2 to 2.5 billion contraction in reported activity. So can anyone here commit to not spending anything tomorrow? Can anyone here commit to not spending anything? And I don't mean, oh, but what about a farmer's market? I don't mean, oh, but what about to Black people? Oh, but what about? No. Can you commit to not spending anything tomorrow? I can. I can commit to not spending anything. Correct. Not even cash. Not spending anything. No spending tomorrow. We got 860 people on this live. Can you commit? Because at this scale, economists notice that if the action is repeated consistently, the impact will compound. And then politicians will notice, and we know that politicians respond to money. So number one, no purchases of any kind on Thursdays. Like, make this like a part of your life. Like that you don't spend money on Thursday. Plan ahead, stock up on food, etc. We cannot spend on Thursday. All right. 2, limit or avoid public transport. Now, this one was surprising to me because I thought they would say actually go on public transport. They said no. Use a bike. Buy tickets in advance if you have to use public transport. Do not fuel or charge electric cars on Thursdays. Every penny not spent adds to the collective effort. So if you do have to use public transport, again, try to get your ticket the day before. 3, this strike does not include work. So they lay this out. They say many of us live paycheck to paycheck, and not everyone can risk losing a job by refusing to work. So consider using holiday days or personal leave to reduce production on Thursdays. But if you cannot stay home, your participation in the spending strike alone is a massive contribution. They are not calling for you to lose your job. Okay? And last, they're calling for this to happen again every Thursday, starting tomorrow, a one-off strike day. And this is global. We've got a whole globe of people here in the SEAL squad, from Malaysia to Ireland to Nigeria to Tokyo to Hawaii to the Cayman Islands. Everybody can be a part of this. And I hope that you will make the choice to do so. For those of you saying no sound on Instagram, that is by design. You need to be here at YouTube. This is where I am compensated. This is also where the full production of the show exists. And this is where the community exists. So this is where I would prefer you to exist. Without further ado, let's get into our critical thinking exercise. AmandaLand. Let's get it. That is my favorite of all the intros. So let's talk about the Black radical tradition. The Black radical tradition. Now, when I went on Surrounded, I said I will only do this within the context of a Black radical versus 20 Black conservatives. This is for a number of reasons, but the main reason because that's what I am, a Black radical. Now, this confused some people because they said, well, what is so radical about what she is about? I mean, she wants housing for all and Medicare for all, and she wants us to have an actual democracy. Correct. However, if you're looking around, not only is it radical to want these things, but it's radical to be Black and want these things. So now we find ourselves in this time of great upheaval where so many folks are asking themselves, what am I? I'm not a Democrat. I'm not an independent. I'm not religious. I'm not straight. I'm not, there's so many like frameworks that we've existed in for so long that are being disrupted. And so we have to ask ourselves, how do we create new frameworks? But we also have to remember that there are frameworks that have already been created that are just waiting for you. So let's talk about the Black radical tradition. The term was first coined in Cedric T. Robinson's seminal 1983 work, Black Marxists and the Black Radical Tradition. However, like so many movements of thought born from necessity, it existed long before it was named. A Black radical is someone who within their life and livelihood opposes, educates, and organizes against imperialism, capitalism, and colonialism, while uplifting art as education, collective liberation, and the protection of laborers and their labor from exploitation by the ruling class. It is a stance that refuses assimilation into white supremacist frameworks as a method of protection or equality. This is the Black radical tradition. Now, I'm sure that in laying out that definition for you, you can think of individuals who have come before us and who that exists right now that embody this. People that you have read, people whose work you've been inspired by. And you're saying, well, I didn't really know that that was like their title. And I want to just make a point that it doesn't have to be a title. Not everything has to be named, because oftentimes naming it also makes it a target. But sometimes it is absolutely necessary in order to object and refuse being included in spaces that you object to and refuse. In my case, I object to being called a liberal. Though the general concept of being liberal is something that is open, something that is that has hello. Though the general definition of liberal is having more, we know that in the mix and the context of politics, that is not the case. We know that liberalism is actually the goal of preventing leftism. It is the goal of allowing a bipartisan party to be a bipartisan setup to be the only party system that exists. Liberalism at this point means that you only care about things when they affect you. It means you only center problems when they are your problem. That is what we were talking about during the election, when so many folks said, I don't care about Palestine. I don't care about trans folks. I don't care about working class folks. All I care about is if I am going to continue to be preserved and protected in this nation. Now, when we talk about they voted for who they voted for, what I think is always fascinating is that it absolutely ignores the fact that coalition building requires reaching over and saying, hey, check this out. Don't do that, because this is what's going to happen. And I know that that is exhaustive work. That is what Eric and David were telling us earlier. How it's the only work that can exist in a nation that has made up of so many people from so many walks of life, ethnicities, spiritual beliefs, classes, etc. As a Black radical in the Black radical tradition, I understand that as a Black person, I exist in a constant state of intersectionality. And that intersectionality informs my coalition building as a centerpiece to the multi-pronged approach that I take to liberation. I cannot consider my own liberation and not someone else's, because there's no version of being a Black person in the United States that doesn't involve intersectionality and connectivity with someone else who is not a Black person. It just doesn't exist. So we, as Black radicals, are not actually radical in our belief system. We are simply radical in the context of an oppressive system. And that is what makes us radical. But that is not something just solely owned and identified by Black people. We have seen Irish radicals in Northern Ireland who fought. We have seen the radical Zapatistas in Mexico who now have their own community, their own nation. We understand that radicalism is not something that you are, gatekeeping. Radicalism is not something you're gatekeeping. Radicalism is something you are teaching. That's the goal. Now, we have some folks in the chat who are always giving us so much more knowledge. We have the partisans in Italy. Can any of you all name any radical groups in other countries, in other nations, or here in the United States outside of Black folks? Let's do that. We got the Black Panthers. They're a radical group. We got the, what else? Let's see. I'm gonna wait. Camden said the ladies in Vietnam. The Kurds. Eugene Fuller said the Kurds. Well, neo-Nazis were absolutely radicals during World War II. So someone said the Proud Boys. Does anyone want to say why the Proud Boys are not radical? The Brown Berets. The Revolution Permanente. Not Permanente. The Revolution Permanente in France. Yep, the Panthers was the first one that I said. They formed Black as a social term and identity to be made as a means to scapegoat onto our people with true power that means to uprise and the likelihood they could overthrow the oppressive regimes. I think you're missing a word because I don't understand what you're saying. The Young Lords. Diana Craig. Yes. The Childless Cat Ladies. We are radical. Yay! Thanks, Sankara. Union del Barrio. La Castritas. Can y'all name where these folks are from? Where these different radical groups are from? So I wouldn't say that Black Lives Matter in this iteration now is considered radical, only because they are essentially in alignment with capitalism as a like nonprofit organization that does a lot of like, Black excellence stuff. Correct, QTT. Proud Boys is not radical because they support the oppressive system. They support the oppressive system. Move in Philly. We know that Move was the site of the bombing in Philly. Nadutol out of Korea. We just had 2 members from Nadutol on the show last week. Please, when you're naming the folks that are radical organizations or radical groups or militias, etc., please name where they're from. We got FARC was from Colombia. We got the Nacionalistas de Puerto Rico. The Young Lords in New York, we mentioned that. The Semilla Party in Guatemala. Semilla means seed. The Mujeres of Oaxaca, that's in Mexico. JAM in Trinidad. Now, someone says, is being labeled a Black radical the same as being called a revolutionary? I wouldn't say it's the same, but I do think ultimately, if you are a Black radical, you understand that revolution is imperative because reform means using the tools of the master that essentially will continue to create the uplifting of the master's home. Sendero Luminoso, Shining Path in Peru. The Black Guerrilla family in San Quentin, meaning in San Quentin prison. Las Castritas from Cuba. What else? Yeah, that's the thing about BLM. They're corporatized. Great. That is that. Rastafarians in Jamaica. LTTE, the Tamil Tigers in Sri Lanka. Anyone else? The New Joy movement in Grenada. That was a radical movement started by Maurice Bishop and Bernard Codd. And this is interesting. Jamil Ramji said that they're finding it difficult to simply Google radical groups in Canada as it generates links to terrorist databases. Well, I can tell you that it is quite common that radical groups are labeled as terrorists. The ANC, the African National Committee, I can't remember what the C stands for. They were considered a terrorist group until like the 80s. Yes, H group. H group is a radical group. Yes. So let's talk about folks that we know from the radical tradition, and then we're going to go over some books of the radical tradition. Okay, Antifa. I don't know that Antifa counts, but okay. Yes, but Black Lives Matter LA is not black. There's Black Lives Matter grassroots, and then there's Black Lives Matter like worldwide. And those are two different things. The Mau Mau of Kenya. Yes. Antifa are radicals too. All right, y'all. So let's name some Black radicals. I wish that I had pulled up pictures of all these people, but I did not. So let's talk about it. Malcolm X. The Black Panthers, which of course includes Chairman Fred Hampton, Kathleen Cleaver, Huey P. Newton. This is the Black radical tradition. June Jordan, Angela Davis, Paul Robeson, Dick Gregory, Toni Morrison. This is the Black radical tradition. Manning Marable, Robin D.G. Kelly, Joy James, Nikki Giovanni. This is the Black radical tradition. James Baldwin, Nina Simone, Gil Scott-Heron, Muhammad Ali. This is the Black radical tradition. Public Enemy, Sister Soldier, Amira Baraka, Alice Walker. This is the Black radical tradition. Miriam Kaba, myself, and many others that I hope that you will drop in the comments. This is the Black radical tradition. The tradition of thinking radically that everybody deserves the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness without any injunction made by corporatists, made by capitalism, made by racism, etc. And within the Black radical tradition, we continue to also center education as an imperative part of not only the work that we're doing, but of our identities, because we understand education as not simply just a means to an end, but a means for change. So let's talk about some books in the Black radical tradition, right? Because what I feel like a lot of folks are doing now is just watching videos. And one of the brothers that I spoke to on the panel said that his knowledge of DEI came from watching clips. Lord bless him. So let's talk about some books in the Black radical tradition. Now, these are going to be books from all over the world. Aimé Césaire, Black Colonialism. Now, it was in this book that Aimé Césaire said that Hitler was only considered the worst because he killed white people. Okay? And he was very much like, he killed white people, but there are many other people who have killed many other people that were just as bad. Kwame Ture and Charles V. Hamilton's Black Power, The Politics of Liberation. This book really, I feel like, just does a real straight, direct addressing of what is Black Power and what isn't. And I know that some may say, like, well, I would obviously know the answer to that. However, that's not true, particularly when a lot of the times we are indoctrinated in ways that we simply just don't realize. You know, we don't really know the ways we're indoctrinated until we know. Blood in My Eye does a similar work that Black Power does. It was written by George L. Jackson from his prison cell in Soledad Prison. And he really helps to reestablish for you your mind outside of the perimeters that capitalism and colonialism have built. And I think what we do is we end up padding those walls because it feels safer to know that they exist. But the truth of the matter is, what we have to do is start chipping away at those walls. We can't really do that if we aren't acknowledging that they are there. Next book, Black Marxism, The Making of the Black Radical Tradition by Cedric J. Robinson. So this book has a really just clear addressing of how Marxism and socialism serve as an undercurrent to Black radicalism, framing Black radicalism as something born out of anti-capitalism, which, for what it's worth, is pretty obvious because, you know, capitalism was the undergirding of slavery. So to see so many people constantly saying that, you know, we need to get over slavery and we need to protect capitalism, it's really nonsensical, because it is the protection of capitalism that has allowed for slavery to just change its name over and over and over again. And we live right now in a country that not only has had slavery since the 13th Amendment made the concession for being for slave labor for anyone convicted of a crime, but we are watching it expanded as we are seeing immigrants and non-immigrants alike just snatched up off the street and thrown in the bin, and they will be used for labor that is at little to zero cost. Next book, Assata's autobiography. Now, I will full disclosure, I have not read her autobiography yet, but obviously, Black radical. Angela Davis, Women, Race, and Class. So this is a great book for really just acknowledging the intersectionality of how these three things exist and understanding that we just simply cannot look at them in their own silos. They have to be viewed intersectionally because they are intersectional. Now, she doesn't use that language of the word intersectional, but she is describing it in the way that she is presenting her thesis. The Wretched of the Earth, Frantz Fanon, basically, he just is saying colonialism is trash. Let me tell you how. All of these books, I will tell you, they're not like light reading. Okay. They're not like just, casual reading. But we ain't in casual times. We Refuse, A Forceful History of Black Resistance, Kelly Carter Jackson. Now, this book breaks down through different sections like force, flight, joy, etc., the ways in which Black folks have resisted in many times throughout this country's existence outside of the law. Okay? Freedom Dreams, The Black Radical Imagination. Robin D. G. Kelly was my thesis advisor for my graduate thesis at Columbia. And this book, it really is giving you the groundwork to not simply just look at theory for Black radicalism and Marxism and socialism within the confines of our current state, but to expand that beyond. And that is so imperative, understanding our imagination as resistance, which is a great interview that I did with Ruha Benjamin, who we all know at her Spelman College speech, in her Spelman College keynote said, Black faces and high spaces will not save us. We did an episode of Small Doses Podcast where she talks about imagination as resistance, and it was incredible. The Myth and Propaganda of Black Buying Power by Jared A. Ball. Jared A. Ball is a professor at Morgan State, and he's going to be coming on the show in a few weeks. And in this book, he is essentially breaking down the ways in which Black buying power has been used to uplift and undergird the same capitalist structures and systems that harm Black people, that are weaponized against Black people. This is a radical concept, right? Because ultimately, we've always been convinced, like, no, Black people are the biggest consumers. We're the ones spending the most money, etc. Not realizing that that same assertion is also being used against us in so many ways. So many ways. And last but not least, and then we have Miriam Kaba. We Do This Till We Free Us, Abolitionist Organizing and Transforming Justice. We also saw David mention her book, Let This Radicalize You. What Miriam Kaba is doing in these books is she is giving you frameworks of how to not simply be an organizer, but to how to exist in community, how to exist as an organizer, right? How to see your world as your world, okay? Not just as a world that you are in and subject to. And thus, it is your responsibility. And last but not least, Left of Karl Marx by Claudia Jones. Claudia Jones, a Trinidadian who was a political writer and journalist, and who was introduced to me the first time I did What Would the Ancestors Say at the People's Forum. And Hannah, who is the person who runs the People Forum, or one of the people who runs the People's Forum, gave me this book as a gift and introduced me to yet another Black radical. So there you go. a whole list of Black radicals that have come before you and that are existing right now. And I can't wait to add What Would the Ancestors Say to that list. I wrote a conversation between Frederick Douglass and Clarence Thomas last night in What Would the Ancestors Say that I'm really proud of. And it's taken me 2 weeks to write it, which may not seem like a long time, but it is, because I write really fast. And I got to tell you, I was annoyed that it took me that long, but I finally got it done. And I cannot wait to bring What Would the Ancestors Say to you and the world and to the tradition of Black radicalism. Again, I want to remind you all that Black radicalism is not a political ideology or some just like academic rhetoric. It is a framework within which you can exist. And it aligns with the radicals from all these other groups. And that is what fosters the connectivity and coalition building that the oppressors would love so much to see dissolved. It is at this point in the show that I would like us to make some space for our girl, Adrienne. Now, we had an assignment that we assigned and asked the question, what is a group, what is a problem that people organized and solved? What is a problem that people organized and solved? And Adrienne submitted this video that I want us to watch, take in, and support.
The place, the mostly Black neighborhood of Corona East.
Hold on. Okay.
The place, the mostly Black neighborhood of Corona East Elmhurst, New York, my home city. The time, June 1969. The problem, Black children were being killed crossing busy Northern Boulevard, including 2 people in 1 week. The solution, the people, the community, wanted a stoplight put in on 102nd Street and Northern Boulevard. A stoplight was installed, and I am pointing it out here. In fact, stoplights were placed all along Northern Boulevard at that time. But how was this done, and what can we learn from it now? For more insight, I visited the neighborhood's Langston Hughes Community Library and poured through their physical copies of the Black Panther Party paper and a local paper at the time called the Corona East Elmhurst Transition Press. I even interviewed the former executive director of the library for 36 years, Andrew Jackson, and to get his lived experience of how the stoplight was put in.
That it was dangerous for children, there were accidents, and we spoke out on it, and the Panthers decided we were going to start picketing to demonstrate to get a traffic light. And at first it was basically get one on 103rd Street. And then it extended that we needed more traffic lights. But the Panthers weren't in that struggle by themselves. The community was outraged. And the fact that the police were vamping on the Panther Party for that. There were other parents groups, children's groups, schools. The schools came out, they were all involved in that issue.
Can we go back and fetch it? Go to a neighborhood and get mobilized with the community organizations there. Doesn't even have to be your own hood. I got free seeds from the Mid-Manhattan branch of the New York Public Library, and I brought the cilantro grown from those seeds to the man that gave me them. The Brooklyn Library now has a tool library where you can check out tools. Does your community need a stoplight, a food pantry, a mural, a local newspaper?
So when it comes to strategies in the 21st century, the strategies that are going to change what's going on and plaguing our country and our nations and our communities today is community activism.
You've heard it from the elder. Seen solutions here that started with a stoplight to forming libraries and other organizations that serve the people. And thanks to Mr. Jackson and the resources here. Tune in at Black Bread Sits for a longer version of this video discussing more about the legacy of the Black history of Corona East Elmhurst.
Adrian, we about to just have you do a segment for the show. Can you just once a month do a segment? It could be whatever you want. Can we just have an Adrian segment once a month? And we play the segment and then you come on and talk to us about it? I'm so serious. And it can be whatever you want, literally. If you're like, so I decided to do a segment on cat toe beans, I'd be like, tell me more. Please. That was excellent work. Excellent work. Excellent work. I cannot wait to see the rest of you guys' assignments when me and Sandy find them. So Sandy, if you in here, they said they turned in their assignments, girl. We can't find them. Me, you cannot find them. Me and Sandy was like, they only turned in 2 assignments. Girl, we can't find the assignments. So I'm going to get with Sandy. I'm going to send her a link to send y'all so we can get everything in one place and get this right. Okay. And Diana said, actually, can you actually do one about toe beans at one point? Hilarious. All right, y'all. Do you know what time it is? It's that time. It's the end of the show. No, it's not. Why do I do this every week? You know what time it is? It's time for flipping public seals announcement. That's what time it is. AmandaLand. PSA. So, something that's been on a lot of people's conversation list this week has been the lack of empathetic response on Joe Budden's podcast to Mark Lamont Hill speaking on the murder of his entire crew of colleagues, of Al Jazeera colleagues in Palestine. He mentioned this. I'm not going to play the clip, but he said this, and no one on the show said sorry for your loss. No one on the show acknowledged, the severity of what took place. And this really upset a lot of people, rightfully so. And it made a lot of people say, see, that's why I don't understand why he's there. Why is he there? And at one point I said, why are you there? However, the reality is, those of us who have this immense privilege of intellect, of access to higher learning, of critical thinking skills, I think many of us understand that we're going to have to be in these different spaces that don't get access to all of those things. To be quite honest, though it sucks that Mark experienced that, what it did open up was an entire conversation around empathy that, for what it's worth, may not have been being had in relation to spaces like this. What it did open up was an entire conversation about death, about Palestine, about what it means to be in shared space with each other. And I saw young men having these conversations on the internet. Now, they may be having those conversations in private with their homeboys, but they felt so compelled, so outraged that they said, no, I got to take this to the Wi-Fi streets. We know that we don't get the luxury of just being in our silos. I saw Jamel Hill comment under one of the videos that Jubilee posted from my Surrounded and say that she feels that this is dangerous, that these shows are problematic because they continue to push this problematic rhetoric. Now, for the record, she could have just texted me that. She didn't need to go and put that out there in the public if she disagreed with my doing the show. But that's neither here nor there, and besides the point. More importantly, the fact that this rhetoric exists is not going to stop just because we don't engage with it. They are talking about this amongst themselves. We are disruptors. And so often we forget the fact that we have to act in disruption in spaces that are constantly talking to each other and bigging each other up and telling each other lies, telling each other false truths and feeling good about it. That's why these people are coming in here saying, oh, Amanda got cooked, Amanda got cooked, Amanda got cooked. No, that's just language that you're saying. But while you're in here saying I got cooked, you're being forced to listen to some real information and some real conversation. It'd be one thing if I decided to make that platform my platform, but I did not. You know, Mark is not solely on Joe Budden's podcast. Mark Lamont Hill is also the owner of Uncle Bobby's bookstore. He's also over there on Al Jazeera. He's also a professor. He's also a constantly prolific writer. These are aspects of what we consider to be necessary parts of our orbit because they are necessary parts of our world. And no, I don't need to go in every space like that. I'm not going to go on Tucker Carlson. I'm not going to go on when Bill O'Reilly was doing Bill O'Reilly. I know a lot of folks felt the need to go into those spaces, and I respect that because I know why they were doing that. That wasn't for me. Yeah, you're right. Mark also has night school. That wasn't for me. But what this space allowed me to do was allowed me to come in there. It allowed me to be the North Star of the conversation. It allowed me to set the terms of the conversation. And it allowed me to make sure that I am properly identified as not only a Black radical, but also as an artistic intellectual. When folks say, oh, you know, you'll be cooked if you talk to these people, you'll be cooked if you talk to those people. To be quite honest, when you live in truth and you are dealing with people who do not, the only people who will feel you got cooked are people who also do not live in truth. And that's what we're watching with people who are responding to my video. That's what we're watching when you see folks go on Piers Morgan and he talks over them and they say, oh, they got cooked. No, the fact that he felt the need to talk over them and to quiet their truth is indicative of how sawed, simmered, and sauteed he was. We are bastions of so much information, emotions, feelings, etc. We have a choice for what we put in our bodies in many cases. And in many cases, I see people make the choice to ignore the fact that a lot of people don't even know what they are putting in their bodies. But you know, and if you're a true disruptor, you're going to make it your business to disrupt it.
PSA.
Hey, come on now. Let's do it. Show your love. Show your love. Come on. Show your love. Come on, y'all. Show your love. Shout out to everybody who dropped a super in the chat today. We had such a fabulous show like we always do every Wednesday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are waking up on the right side of history here at Views from AmandaLand. And I'm so happy to be here with you all every week, international and all of that. Me and Sandy are going to figure out how we lost everybody's assignments and get it together. These supers that you all are sharing are so helpful. Thank you all for supporting and making sure that you continue to show this show love by not just showing up, but telling your friends, spreading the word, and make sure that you also follow my newsletter. Make sure that you go to amandaseals.com and sign up for the newsletter so that you can know when we got stuff going down. I want to also remind you before we go that I do have merch for sale. Yes, people asked and I created it. And for some reason, I can't find it right here on the daggone screen. But I'm going to find it now. So if you want to get yourself some surrounded merch, why is this not coming up? Why is it doing this, y'all? Why is it doing this? I don't know. It's just not. If you want to get yourself some Surrounded merch, make sure you go to AmandaLandExports.com and support your girl. The shirts are fun. They're exciting. And I designed them myself. And, you know, I'm working on getting some notebooks for y'all. That's what I'm working on. I got some ideas and I think you'll really enjoy them. And I'm looking, I got a drop that I may have to push back to get you the thing that I want to get you at the level I want to get you. So there is the Surrounded by Ignorance shirt. I need you to get to the point shirt and Amanda over everybody's shirt. So Sandy's helping y'all out. Go to AmandaLandExports.com. Well, that's it, y'all. We did it. What a great show. Don't you just love this show? What a great show. And shout out to all of our new Patreon subscribers. I had so many people subscribe to Patreon so that they could watch the Watch With Me of the Surrounded episode. And I'm actually going to edit that and post it. So if you did not get to join us for the Watch With Me, then you'll be able to watch it hopefully by tomorrow, because I'm going to work on editing it today. It was all over the place, and so it wasn't as easy as just like boom, it's here. For those of you who were there, you already know what I'm talking about. Y'all remember, we are each other's business. When we look out for each other, we lift each other up. Thank you for all the love and support you've been showing me with this Surrounded episode. If I'm gonna keep it 100, I had no idea it was gonna go up like this. I really didn't. It never occurred to me that people were gonna take to it this way. I forgot who said it, but they said, you found your path when it disappears. Like, that's really what I feel like I'm on. I feel like I'm just like moving, like I'm just like in the wind, but like in a good way. So I had no idea that doing this thing that just made sense to do would not only get so much buzz, because that's not really what it is, but create so many strong feelings for people. It has over 1 million views. It has over 1 million views. Yeah, the flow state. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm freaking at. Yep, Bernadette, I'm in the flow state. Yep. So yeah. This life that we're in is weird. It's all over the place. And all we can do is be in the flow state and find comfort with those who love us. Yeah, I was not sure about it after I did it. When I watched it, if you watch the Watch With Me, I'm watching it in real time. And I was like, oh, wow, I did really good. I did really good. This makes me so happy, SPD VL88. You help me realize where I stand. Oh, man, that's what I'm talking about. Shout out to Jill Scott. That's the shit I'm talking about. Come on. And, people are like, oh, well, we don't ever see you in, I saw someone say like, oh, we never see Amanda in intellectual spaces. I'm like, that's because you're not in intellectual spaces. I be in intellectual spaces all the goddamn time. I be in intellectual spaces all the goddamn time. That means you ain't in intellectual spaces. And this is an intellectual space right here. And we have people on here all the time, but you don't see a lot of people on here that are in quote unquote disagreement, because I don't consider bringing conflict to my comfort space valuable. Now you'll see us maybe out of alignment, and then we have a conversation about it. You've seen that with me and Morgan. You saw that with me and Dulce Sloan. You saw that with me and Jeffrey Sachs. However, I'm not going to sit here and bring somebody that's just speaking nonsense to you and take your time. I'd rather us learn something, right? I'd rather us learn something. My definition of intellectual space would be a space where learning is being where learning is being prioritized. So you all have a fabulous rest of your day. And I wish you nothing but 30 seconds of stillness.
30 seconds of stillness.
Oh, wait. I forgot. Y'all, we're about to go to the kickback. So if you were thinking about joining Patreon, then this is the time, because after every show, we go over to Patreon and we hang out. We talk about the episode, things that we learned, things that we weren't really feeling, things that we are teaching each other. And so shout out to all of my SEAL Squad members. Patreon, Amanda Seals is where we're going to be right after this. I'll see you all there.
30 seconds of stillness.
Amanda.